Almost didn't hit the button in time. John, I'm right with you there, man. I'm in a turkey coma, too. Anyway, happy Thanksgiving Day to everybody. Hope you all had a good Thanksgiving dinner. Hope your bellies are all full. Hope you stay awake long enough to watch the live stream, because I know that tryptophan really hits you hard. Anyway, let's go ahead and say hello to everybody. So let's see, we had the turkey cookie to give away tonight. So who got the cookie? It looks like Hot Dog Pilot Andy did. Andy, good to see you. Now Andy's taking a bath, so he'll be here along shortly. But anyway, we'll see when you get here, Andy. The half cookie was up for grabs. And Dundas Junction Model Railroad, which is James, he turned down the cookie, said he got his Ritz crackers instead. So the half cookie was still up for grabs. Anyway, good to see you here, James. Hope you had a good dinner and a good day. And let's see, so who got the half cookie? It looks like Floyd Robbins got it. Floyd, congratulations on the half turkey cookie. And we're glad to see you here. Hey, after that, we got Spike Man. And it shows up as Spike Man. I don't know what the hell's going on with YouTube and the format change they're doing in the chat, but it's weird. Anyway, Thomas, good to see you here. And you get crumbs, by the way. Christopher Williams, good to see you. Let's see, Anfield Road Layout in the Loft. Lee, good to see you, although he usually takes off and then to watch the replay. Ken Amos Jr., how you doing? Good to see you. Cub Burr, good to see you. Schuylkill River Valley, John, glad you're here. And Derek Alexander, hey Derek. Gobble gobble Big Jim. That's a little strange. That's alright though. Sean Pennywise, Advisor River. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I can't say the whole thing right because it didn't come up right on here. Good to see you, Sean. Either way. Let's see who else we got. Chuck Schreiber. Hey, Chuck. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. And yes, we're all going to be riding a Thursday night Shortline. Let's see who else we got. Ray Bertelson. Ray, good to see you. Who else? I think jumping around crazy here. Christopher Williams. Hey, Chris. How you doing? Good to see you. Tom Grassi. Hey, Tom. Hope you had a good dinner with Barbara, hopefully. Let's see who else we got here. John Nippenberg. Landmark Yards. All right, John. Good to see you here. Who else we got? We're just scrolling along. That's everybody. Oh, okay, Chris. Tennessee River Union. Yeah, like I said, this is weird because it's not doing the chat like it used to. All right, now I know who you are anyway. Hey, looking forward to meeting you on the 10th, man. John said I was working on and under the Christmas tree layout until I ran out of track. Well, how'd that happen? Not supposed to run out of track on a Christmas tree. You run an O scaler? Yeah, probably, right? Because you're on O scaler anyway. That'd be cool. Hope you find more track. Alright, so that's everybody. I'm going to shut these down here. Getting too loud in here. Tom says, Jim went to my daughter's for Thanksgiving. Today, 2-hour drive. Wow, that's cool. Well, at least you got to spend time with your daughters. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm losing it. So anyway, we got a lot to talk about tonight, well, sort of. You guys know I've been working on this Athearn P42 Amtrak locomotive. It's been a real pain in my ass, by the way. I mean a real pain in my ass. After I accidentally rolled the loco over on my bench, and I don't know how well you could see that, but it bent all the pins on a 21 pin connector. I was able to straighten them all out except for one. When I went to straighten it, it broke right off the board, so that shit canned this board. So I went out and bought a decoder buddy and figured that'd be a piece of cake, right? Well, it wasn't. Now, this is something you guys might get some benefit out of if you're not already aware. The decoder buddy made by Nix, or whoever the hell he is, he offers different versions. Now, I got the version 5 board, which I guess was the latest, which is fine, but they make two variations of it. Well, actually more, but the two common ones are one with 1000K resistors in it and one with 2200K resistors. I should have bought the one with 2200K resistors, because the 1000K resistors doesn't reduce the voltage enough, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because it would have probably took the voltage down to about 3, which is still too much for factory LEDs. The factory LEDs in this locomotive, and probably most of them, I looked, is 1.8 volts. So 3, it'll run for a few minutes and then they'll blow them out. So unfortunately, well, that's okay, James. We'll see you later, man. Glad you popped in anyway to say hi. You can always catch the replay. What the hell was I? Oh yeah, so I would have wound up blowing them out either way. I did not know this, so I didn't resistor them down. So I wound up blowing out all the damn bulbs on the thing, because, you know, I get one working, I go, all right. I go to hook up another one, that one's working, and then before you know it, none of them are working, because I blew them all out. Front and rear. So I get on Amazon, and I got these micro LEDs, and these fuckers are tiny. I guess you can call them a grain of sand, because that's about how big they are. I got both white and red. So I'm going to have to wire them onto the boards here. Well, I'm just going to glue them in place. They took the wires on. I don't know if you can see that or not. There's 5 LEDs on this one. Got your class lights, your ditch lights, and your headlight. Then on this one here, it's just got one, and this one's for the number board in the front. Then of course you got the back ones. There's 2 class lights and the rear headlight. Now, you can't really see them in there, but so I've got to glue them on, and I got to be very careful putting them in place, and then wire them up, and I should be fine. I still have to use a resistor. And like, I don't know if you guys see my short the other day, but they give you 3 sets of resistors with these lights. And they don't give you the values of them, which would have probably been better for me. They just put down there what it can handle on voltage. So I went with the little one first, right? The 1 to 3 volts or whatever the hell it was. Well, it lasted a little while and then blew out the new LED. Okay, that one's not going to work. So I said, well, let me try the highest one. Highest one is 9.1 to 13 volts. I still don't know what the hell the resistance is on it. It's probably a 220 or a 2200K. It would be 2200 ohm. Anyway, I wired that one in temporarily. And I just did a temporary bulb. Put it on. Its rear headlight worked fine. Let it sit for 2 hours on. It didn't blow out, so I figured, okay, we're good to go. It's not dim. It's not overly bright. Looks like it's about right, so that's going to be the resistor I use. Now, I'm probably going to use a couple of resistors on the light board that's on the decoder buddy. I know I could do it in one, but I'm going to spread them out a little bit anyway, just for ease. Now, I have 12 function pads. I'm probably going to be using 6 or 7 of them. Maybe 8, I'm not sure. But I got 12, and I still want to put a cab light in. And if I have room for it, or I might even tie it in the same one, I'll put a light in the rear because of the window on the back of the Loco. I don't know how well you can see that or not, but yeah, see that there? So there's a window back there. I'll light up that area, and like I said, then you've got you can't see it. Well, you can see a little bit. You can't see the class lights from here. They're below the ditch lights, or above. No, they're above the ditch lights. I think, yeah. And you got your ditch lights, your headlight, and your number board. So it's going to be a few days. I'm going to have to be working on it. I'm going to take my time on it, try and get it right. Yeah, a little bit, John. But like I said, I'm not going to bullshit anybody. I really know what the fuck I'm doing. I mean, I do, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm still new to this stuff. And you live and you learn. So it's not a big deal. I would have had a problem no matter what. Because even if I had used the 2200K board, probably still would have blew out the LEDs. Tom Grassi said he ran into the same problem and wound up replacing the LEDs in one of his locomotives too. So it's a common problem. And I'd have to do a lot of research and a little bit of testing to figure out what resistance to use to protect a 1.8 volt LED. But I don't really give a shit, So I don't mind replacing the LEDs. But here's the thing. Now I've got this SD40 here, the scale trains. I bought a Tsunami 2 board for it. I didn't know about the decoder buddy, otherwise I would have got one of them instead. But this is what I've still got to wire up. I bought this board in 2022. 3 years ago, I still haven't finished it. There's the body for it, BNSF. SD40. So after I get the P42 done, I'm going to jump on this and I'll probably do the same thing. I'm going to try and find a different resistor because I haven't blown out the lights on this yet. And I still haven't tested the Tsunami board to see what the voltage is for the lights. The instructions don't say, so I'll have to do my own voltage check on it. Which I did wind up doing that on the P42. Oh, thanks, John. Appreciate that. I did check the light board after I blew out all the bulbs. I said, I'm not too fucking bright when you get down to it, I guess. But shit happens. And I'm getting 5.5 volts off of the light board. So even the 3 volt ones that I bought would still blow out without them. And I did try one, just sacrifice one, and it blew it out pretty quick. So I don't know why they do that. I guess what I don't understand is most people are using LEDs nowadays. Now aftermarket LEDs are generally 1.5 to 3 volts. I mean, you can't find them with resistors built in that'll run 12 volts, but knowing that people are running LEDs, probably bare, you would think that these board makers or chip makers would set up, like a 1.5 volt or even a 2 volt light function pads for it. But they don't. I mean, what do they think? We're all going to use the old-fashioned incandescent 12-volt bulbs? They must think this because all the boards are basically 12-volt, except for the decoder buddy. Now, they have a decoder buddy. You can get one without resistors on it. And, of course, you'd probably get the full 12 volts on that. Plus, I understand you can also custom build you a board to put your whatever size resistors you want on it. So like I said, if I ever figure out what the resistor count is, I'm not going to do it on the BNSF. But I've got others here that I want to switch over to the Soundtrack Tsunami board. And if I can find out what the voltage is, and which is easy enough to do, then I can figure out which resistor you use to kick it down to that voltage, maybe just below it, and have him install the resistors right on the decoder buddy so I don't have to fool with it. That's something I'll look into later on. Hey, Dave. Good to see you there, Dave. I missed your show this morning. I really didn't think you were going to do it on Thursday morning because, you know, you just did the On Track Tuesday, and then I was flipping through. It was like 10 o'clock, 10:30. Flipping through YouTube, and oh shit, he did have a show this morning. I'll check out the replay when I get a chance. Jim called Jason to train for. Yeah, I could. You know, because he knows more about that stuff than I do. I can't afford to have him do it for me, but and I gotta learn how to do this shit anyway because you know I'll probably be doing a lot of it. Because in the future, I don't plan on buying a lot of new locomotives. I might buy second-hand ones. And probably, at the very least, DC only and converting them over. I know how to do it. It's not a big deal, but if I can find DCC-ready ones used, I'll go that route instead. But, you know, I'm not going to buy anything with a decoder in it anymore. That just doesn't make sense to me. So that's my plan. But, and of course, the other problem I don't know if I can, let me tip the camera down a little bit. There we go, you can see it a little bit now. That purple thing, that's a current keeper keep alive. They had two different styles. I didn't know which was which, so I bought the one. Of course, I got the long one. Although this thing will keep the engine running for 10 seconds or better. Okay, well that explains a lot there, Dave. So, oh damn. Hey Andy, glad to see you. How was that bath? Was it good? I could use one of those myself, man. Starting to get a little chilly down here in Florida, believe it or not. So I didn't have really any good place to put this current keeper. So normally you would put there's a second speaker I could put right where that is, but if I put the speaker in, I would have had a problem finding a good secure place to put the current keeper. So I said, you know what? I don't really need two speakers. So I'm using the one. The sound is excellent. It's loud, it's clear. So I don't really need the second one. So on this particular one, we'll just do one speaker. And even though I bought two of them, but that's okay. Dave says it's been snowing all there. Oh, that sucks. Well, depending how you look at it. Andy, Derek wants to know how the cookie was, Andy. The turkey cookie. Dave says it was snowing all day. Why didn't that light up? There we go. So, as Chris says, it's 65 here in Palm Bay. Yeah, it's 65 here in Sebring, Chris. I guess it's pretty much, you know, this part of Florida is not doing bad. It's a little warmer down south in Naples, but I think they're like 5 degrees warmer. It's supposed to get down to 49 tonight, I think, something like that, 45. with the real feel, which is the only thing I really trust. It goes, if it feels like 45, it must be 45. So, but anyway, let me bring this back up. Alright, so, shut that off there. Yeah, it's not been too bad. At least it's only going to be cold tonight, and I think maybe tomorrow night, and then it starts warming up again until the next cold front comes through. We'll see. Chuck says it's cooler in South Texas. 61. Yeah, that's a little cooler. But it depends on how cold is it going to get later on in the morning. Like we go by our coolest temp is around 5 to 6 in the morning. He said it's supposed to get down to a real feel is 49. I think the actual temperature is going to be like 55. But, you know, if it feels like 49, it must be 49. The way I see it anyway. So, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I don't mind it. I don't have the air on, I don't have the heat on either, but it's actually comfortable in here, which is fine by me. Hey, Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. How you doing, Joe? Good to see you here. All right, James. Have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Chuck says we were 45 this morning. Yeah, that's cold. That's probably true, Derek. I don't know. Like I said, they say to feel like I go outside and look at my thermometer on the outside wall here. And it usually says what the real feel is. Like I said, years ago, during the summer, down in Naples, when I had my shop, I had a thermometer in a breezeway in the shade. It was really hot that day. So I got out there looking today, it's 113 degrees. Turn on the TV news later that night, oh, we had a high of 91 today. Where, in your refrigerator? Because it sure as hell wasn't 91 where I was at. And they did that at the time to not scare away the tourists. Tourists knew it was 113, they'd be running for the north, you know, that's too hot. And it was brutal. And so they constantly used to lie about everything. I was up in Indiana one year. I don't remember, it was like 96, 97, somewhere around there. 1996, 97. And I was visiting my family, and hey, Dad, I called my dad. How you doing, Dad? You know, he says, you guys all right up there? I said, what do you mean? He says, well, we got news down here that you're in a blizzard right now. I said, there's no blizzard here. I said, there's barely 6 inches of snow on the ground, you know. And it's probably about, it's 23, 24 degrees out. He said, that's not what they're saying on the news. I said, well, shit, the news is lying to you. And they did that because a lot of tourists came down from Indiana, Ohio, places like that. They probably don't have any surviving family. So they're thinking, we're going to stay in Florida a little bit longer because it's too cold up there. Even though they were lying, you know. But it's it's all bullshit. Can't believe anything anymore. Dave says it was 51 yesterday morning here in Cleveland. Dropped 20 degrees while I was at work. Freezing rain overnight. Turned to snow this morning. They say possible 14 inches of lake effect snow, depending. And so it's a fair amount. Now it's funny because in Minnesota, they're going to get 12 inches today. And they're declaring a national emergency. A foot of snow is an emergency? Come on, I never saw it because I wasn't born yet. But my dad told me, I guess a couple years before I was conceived, they had a blizzard up in New Jersey in Carteret. And they had 6 foot of snow on the ground. Matter of fact, people were trapped in their houses. They couldn't, you open the door, it was a wall of snow. And they were trapped in their houses for about a week. Of course, back then, and people were smarter. Things were cheaper too. You know, my dad, he had food in the basement, you know, stored food, so he could eat without having to worry, you know. He was trapped in the house for a month, he'd be good to go. But to me, that's an issue. That's a blizzard. A foot of snow on the ground is a fucking joke. But, you know, they're amazing. Oh, my God, you know, climate change, we're all going to die. There's 12 inches of snow on the ground. Come on, really? That's stupid. I don't know. It is what it is. See, John Nippenberg says 71 here in Alexandria. Yesterday, 40 and windy this morning. That's cold. Like I said, there's a big cold front that's kind of blowing through. It's kind of mostly the north and the Midwest. And so we're getting a little tiny bit of it down here, but not enough to make a difference, you know. Let's put it, not enough to turn the heat on anyway. I've been wanting to fire up the fireplace, but it just hasn't been cold enough really to do it. I brought in firewood a couple of days ago and stacked up neatly by the fireplace, ready to get rock and roll. And it didn't need it. Let's see, well, this sucks. Tom Grassi says it's 37 now here in Jersey. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Derek says, yeah, but in Michigan it's all Somalis that never have seen snow. Well, that's not my problem. Yeah, throw them back over to wherever the fuck they came from, you know. I'm sure they can't drive in it. Hell, they can't drive in clear, dry weather. Could you imagine driving in snow and ice? Yeah, scary. So, anyway. So, what else did I wanted to talk about? Oh, yeah. On December 10th, Dave Thurber and Chris from Tennessee River are going to be coming down to my house to pay me a visit and hang out in the train shed for a bit. Tom Kvichak of Tom's Trains and Things will also be here. And if anybody else wants to come here that might be in the area, you're welcome to come over. If you need my address, send me an email. I'll send you my address, and you can make plans of coming here on that day. I think it's a Wednesday. So I'm looking forward to it. I've seen Dave before. He's visited. Well, he didn't come down here. I met up with him up in Tampa area. We went and seen a few shows and stuff. Hung out for a while. But and I haven't met Chris at all. So I'm looking forward to that. So if anybody's going to be in the area, come on down. How's the layout looking? Well, I wish I had a camera to show you. I guess I'm still having some camera issues here. It's moving along. It's slow. Of course, what's holding me up right now are these, like I said, the locomotives. Once I get these done, then I'm going to jump back on the layout and try and get some stuff accomplished. I really don't have a lot of time in here. I've been spending more time at home and, you know, doing the things you do in life. And, you know, I'm kind of limited to what I could do in here, but at least now I'm motivated to get something done. So that's a good sign there. Chris says, being a Florida boy when I first moved to upstate New York 10 years ago, the winters blew my mind. I'm glad I moved back here. Oh, I know. I used to take my vacations in the winter, and I would go up, you know, to Indiana, Ohio. I once lived in Virginia a long time ago. I was married to my ex-wife. We moved to Virginia, Lynchburg. And that was during the gas crisis. There wasn't much work around. I couldn't find any real work. So I wound up selling vacuum cleaners for Electrolux. And I wasn't very good at it. I sold supplies, bags, shampoo, shit like that, but I couldn't sell the first vacuum to save my life because they had oversaturated Virginia. And I was licensed for the whole state. And I was driving, 50, 75, 100 miles out, going to these subdivisions and knocking on doors like, I already got one, or I got two. That woman told me she had two. I says, you really expect me to believe that? She goes, hang on a minute. She comes out, two fucking vacuums. All right, I'm sorry I insinuated anything, But, but it was cold up there. We we were living in a mobile home at the top of a mountain. And Jerry Falwell was the big preacher at the time. And I actually found out pretty quick that Falwell and his brother, I didn't even know he had a brother, they actually owned Lynchburg. They had Falwell gas and oil, Falwell this, Falwell that. I mean, these guys were ultra rich. He has a big church up there too in Lynchburg. We drove by it once. They had armed guards with fucking Uzis, kid you not, guarding the place. And I'm thinking, why would a man of God need armed guards for? He was a fraud. I don't care what anybody says. About the first week we were up there, we're watching TV. We hear an explosion. I go outside looking around. I see the fire about maybe 5 miles away, but it was at night. And next thing you know, Falwell gets on TV and says, oh my God, the devil, the Satan, he just blew up our transmission tower. I'm not, I swear to God, man. You can't make this shit up. Live TV. Satan blew up their transmission tower. He started begging for money. He raised something like $12 million that night so they could get a new tower. And this guy was a total fraud, But people fell for it. So I was like, well, I didn't. Anyway, after a year up there, we were starving, man. We couldn't stay there. And I said, you know what, we're going back to Florida. Fuck this. I can get work in Florida. And I did. I came back here, had a job like within 2 days, Yeah, Liberty College is there too, John. I know. Anyway, so I learned something. I picked the wrong town to move into. See, we traveled the whole East Coast. We went all the way up to Maine. Then came back down. We were looking for areas. We'd stop in several towns and pick up a paper to see what kind of work they had. I mean, I could do almost anything, But the want ads were like a joke. The only things they were really looking for were like professional people that I wasn't qualified to do, like doctors, nurses, engineers. I was like, I don't have any fucking degrees, So we wound up, when we finally stopped in Lynchburg, and I picked up a paper there, and there's all kinds of work available. Well, I guess I waited too long because, after we got settled, we rented a place a couple of days and got settled in. So I'm going to go look for work. And every place I went to, nope, we're not hiring anymore. We already hired, The last place I checked before I did the vacuums was for a tire jockey at a tire store. The line was like a half-mile long, kid you not. And I got there at like 6 o'clock in the morning, freezing fucking cold. Finally got my turn. He says, how long you been doing? I says, well, I've been working on cars most of my life. That was, 24, 25, I think, at the time. I don't really remember, but because this whole thing, now I might have been younger than that, because this took place, I was there in 76 or 77, when they had the problem with the gas. So I says, I know how to do it. I says, I could change tires with my eyes closed, He says, well, we're really looking for somebody with about 20 years experience. I said, what does this job pay? Minimum wage. I says, which at the time was $3.75 an hour. I said, you want a guy with 20 years experience to change tires for $3.25 an hour? Are you out of your fucking mind? I said, look, I don't care what it pays. I just need work. I got to support my wife and my daughter, My oldest daughter she was just under, she was like a year and a half at that point. So He says, well, no. He says, I really want somebody that's got more experience. Fine, fuck you. And at that point, I just said, I'm not going to find work. They had openings up for the General Electric factory there, line work. I didn't really want to do, but I don't care. I'd do whatever I had to do. Went and applied for that. They filled like 15 positions like within 10 minutes. So if I'd have got there earlier, I probably would have had it, but it was rough, man. So, yes, prosperity gospel is of the devil. That is true, Chris. And Derek says, it turned out that Big Jim hit the tower with his truck. I didn't have a truck at that time. I had my car and a little trailer that I pulled behind it. Like I said, we loaded up our shit and hit the road, and I wanted to get out of Florida, Big mistake. Let's just say we wound up coming back anyway. But that was so funny. I was like, so let me guess. A supernatural fallen angel like Satan would have to use dynamite to blow up a transmission tower when he just think it, poof, and it disintegrate or something. But it didn't happen that way, did it? And I was just surprised because, like I said, right after that happened, this guy had the fake tears and everything, we're going to pray to Jesus that he gives us the resources to build a new tower. Turns out the tower was old, and they wanted to boost the transmission range. And the only way, I'm sure there was some insurance involved with that too. But he wound up, he collected $12 million by morning. And I'm thinking, how gullible these fucking morons, But it is what it is. So, oh no, we got trains running. I shut them off for the noise. Because the consist I'm running, I always make this mistake. When I consist two locos, I should make sure everything's set the way I want it to before I consist them. Well, it turns out the one that's second in the consist, you have no control over. You can't turn on lights or shut down the sound. So I forgot to shut the sound off, and it's rather loud. Can't do anything about it unless I unconsisted and then redo it. And same thing the first time I did a consist. I had, standard thing. Front logo is facing forward. The second logo is facing backward. Forgot to put the second logo in forward, or in reverse rather, so it would run the same way as the first logo. So I fired it up and they ain't going nowhere. And what the hell is going on? So I got the roller bearings, you can see. Well, the back one's spinning clockwise, and the front one's spinning counterclockwise. I'm going, well, there you go. Had to unconsist them and do them again. Like I said, I'm a little smarter now, but when I first got into this, complete and utter dummy, I mean, I learned fast, but I do tend to make a lot of mistakes before I do. So, let's see, are we caught up here? Oh, yeah, we're doing good. So anyway, but yeah, the electronics aspect of this is a little tricky. Like I said, I'm learning a lot as I go. Now, after I finish this decoder buddy on the P42, I will in fact know what the hell I'm doing. So any future change outs I do, I won't get caught with my pants down. So we're doing okay that way, Hell, like I said, one of the dumbest things I did with this board, it came with a dummy module so you can run it in DC rather. I should have left it in place. It would have protected the pins. And what the hell I was thinking, I took it off and put it aside. But once again, of course, if you watch my short, I'm blaming it on the mess I had, which I did have a hell of a mess on my bench. But even that's no excuse. So it wound up costing me $12, no big deal. It's not like it broke me. Like I said, I looked at the stock motherboard from Athearn. The cheapest one I found was $36. And they had the exact same board in another place for $54. And it's just for a bare board. Thinking, Jesus Christ, they must line that son of a bitch with gold, right? So, but anyway, so these things are really cool. This is the first time I bought them. Like I said, they're so small. That way you can see that right there on my finger is. They're literally a grain of sand. And they're bright for what they are. So I could do a lot with these. I bought a pack of 25 of the white and 25 of the red. So I'm not going to use anywhere near that on this Loco. So I could use them on other things if I need them. And they were cheap. I think I paid, it was $9 for each pack. Only because they come with a remote battery that you can use. Uses a 3-volt button battery. And these quick connector thingies. Which I have a million of these anyway. I didn't need those, but that was the best deal they had on Amazon. For these particular things. Because they had another one, they wanted $20. And it was for, I think 30 or 40 of them, but they were multiple colors. I'm not going to use purple. I'm not going to use green. Probably, I could have used the blue maybe. They had yellow. They had all these weird colors. I'm thinking, why would I want all those colors? I'll never use them, you know. I would have rather gotten more of the one color than a small selection of, I think there was like 8 or 10 of each color. And I'm thinking, yeah, if I screw up more than one, I'm going to be screwed, right? So Tom says the buddy board is the best option. Yeah, it is. And I'll be using them on all the scale train stuff. I said this SD45, or SD40, whatever it is. I think it's SD40-2. That's the scale trains. And I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm going to see if I can't figure out I know I have to resistor because there's no resistors on the Tsunami board. So if I were to hook up the lights to that, it would blow them out instantly. So I'm going to see if I can't, because I got a ton of resistors here. So I got to find out the biggest one I've got. Start with that and work my way down. You know, do a voltage check on them. But I've got what I need to resistor those down. So you shouldn't have any problems with the LEDs on that. But if I do, I can replace them with this. So, you know. Derek says for sure, John. Amazon is better. Yeah, it is. I got these in second and third day. Which is weird because they're from the same company. The white ones came first. They came on Tuesday. I think I ordered them. Yeah, I ordered them Monday, actually, Monday morning. And then the red ones came on Wednesday. Why? I have no idea. What's that? Ray Bertelson says, as Marvin the Martian said, where's the kaboom? It was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. No, thank God there wasn't. Just a. Actually, these things you don't even hear them. You know, they just blow out. Let's see. Yes, US. That was another thing. Now, those came from Amazon. Their delivery system. They didn't come from USPS. If it had been USPS, I probably wouldn't have got them until next week. And as Tom Grassi said, you know, USPS is getting worse, and they really are. You know, it took a week for me to get that HO scale truck from a town here in Florida. A week. And the guy shipped it the next morning. Still took a week to get here. I mean, first of all, it was north of me. So instead of sending it down to, you either go to Orlando or there's another a small town by Tampa as a hub, and then it would come here. But no, they sent it to Fort Myers, which is way south of me. Then from Fort Myers, it went to Orlando, which is north of me, and then eventually it came down here. Like, what the fuck are you people doing? You know. I think it was it Lakeland it was from? I could have really went and got it, but I didn't want to because, you know, even though it was free shipping, but, you know, why should I waste my gas to go get something? But I could have got it the same day, you know. You could use the car ones. Yeah, that's true. You could, I guess. And yeah, I know the way they route it makes no sense. You know, because like I said, normally everything would go to the nearest hub to you at some point, but it didn't this time. And this is fucking stupid. Let's drive it all over the state of Florida. We'll eventually get it to them, you know. Tom says you can't. I know, you told me that. But I'm going to find out. If it doesn't work, I'll take it out and get a decoder buddy. But I did get it. It was moving forward and back. I didn't hook up the sound or any of the lights yet, but as far as movement, it did move. So I'm thinking, well, if it does that, it ought to be okay, right? Derek asked, can you just get, well, you can, but not in the micro. I mean, the ones I came, we said they came with resistors for them. These are the ones they're going to be using here, the more powerful ones. But as far as them being built into it, no. Now, regular 3mm and 5mm round LEDs, they come with resistors built into them. But they would be too big for the application here. So that would be the only problem with that. But an LED by itself is not capable of tackling 12 volts, which basically that's going to be, well, 12 to 14 is your track power. So, not going to happen. Yeah, most LEDs are 3 volt or less. And John says, definitely, Derek. I put a blinking red on top of the water tower Jim printed for me, and it turns off. It runs off track power. Yeah, 12 volts. I'm not running off track power, but I'm running I'm running 3 blinking red LEDs, and they're running off 12 volt power supplies. And they have built-in resistors in them. But they're big, you know. There's no way you could use a 3mm round LED in these modern locos. There's no room for them. So that would be a big problem. I was trying to get replacement boards from Athearn. And after contacting Athearn, they said, no, we discontinued those boards for the P42 locos because apparently, I don't know why. I mean, this loco's brand new, you know. Well, I think it's a 2024 model, but, you know, new in the box. And they already discontinued unless they're full of shit. But, I mean, you know, if they had a chance to make some money, why not? Because it would have been easier for me just to buy new boards with the LEDs on them. Pop them in, wire them up, good to go. But realistically, I'm better off doing it this way because I know the voltage, I can resistor it properly, and we're good to go. Yeah, the blinky ones already have resist. Well, they have the non-blinking ones do too. Some of them, because I've got LEDs here that got them on it. You can see them. I mean, they put it's welded onto one of the legs of the LED, and they put shrink tube over it. And they're really tiny resistors, but they're good up to some. Well, it depends. You got to look at the voltage rating. Some are 6 volt, some are 9, some are 12. So you have to know the forward voltage on it either way. Tom says, guys, East rule, if you have LEDs, no matter what you connect them to, just add a resistor to the LED wire. And you will be, that's true. And I learned that the hard way. So Derek says, so the easiest thing for accessory lighting would be to use a 3-volt power supply and 3-volt LEDs, but a loco would still need a resistor. Yeah, because, like I said though, the decoder buddy does come. They have a variant that's got 2200K resistors in it. The 2200K will handle a 12 volt input and kick it down to less than 3 or thereabouts. So, like I said, that was my mistake. The thing is, and I guess we're supposed to know, although, who the hell does half the time. But they assume that you're going to know what the hell you're doing. And you're like, oh yeah, all right, I'm going to need a 2200K board. Because there's nothing that tells you, I say, look, if you're using LEDs, use this board. They don't tell you that. They go, well, we got our standard 1000K board, and we have an optional 2200K board. You pick what you need. Well, how the fuck do you know what you need if you've never done it before? For beginners, and let's face it, for all intents and purposes, I was a beginner. They should have something in there to kind of give you a clue to what the hell you're doing. But I noticed that on a lot of this stuff, there's very little how-to involved with the manufacturer. Well, it's like Tom Grassi. He's got this turntable. He's having some issues with the coating on it to get it to do so many stops. He says, I checked all the videos on YouTube. Nobody talks about it. It seems like they don't know how to fix it if they've ever broke. They wound up going back to Wallers and saying, hey, look, I got a problem here. How do I fix it? And after getting somewhat of a little bit of a runaround, they finally, they told them what to do. But they should put that, I've got the same turntable. And I remember the first time I set it up back in Naples, I had issues with getting it to stop at the right places. And I finally just said, you know what, I'll just do it manually. Screw this. Tom had the same problem. I think he's got basically the same one I do, same model and everything, and they want to send him a new controller or something. I'll probably have to get the same thing done, Or I might just get pissed off, modify it, put motion sensors in the damn thing, and get it to stop exactly where I need it to. But either way, this thing came with like a little booklet almost, telling you how to program this. It told you everything except how to troubleshoot it. I guess they must either think that it won't go wrong or that you're a genius. And in both counts for wrong. Jim, scale trains have proprietary components and all functions will work on the Tsunami decoder. Track power will work, but no lights, horn, bell, and any other. In that case, I might have to put a decoder buddy in there. And I'll just save that board for, I think I got an MTH I can put it into or something else. It won't be I got that board for a really good price. I think I paid like $60 for it, brand new. Well, like I said, I didn't really know what the hell I was doing. I just, I'm going to put a Tsunami in there because I was having problems with the ESU decoder in it. And so I must have got a defective one or something. And like I said, my experience with scale trains is they don't like to back anything they sell. Unless it's like right after you bought it. But most stuff I've had for years, even though it sat in a box and never saw the light of day, until I got my layout put together. Because I was buying locos back in Naples, you know, that I wasn't ready to use down there, so I bought them because I could get prices on them. I figured, well, when I move, I'm going to build a new layout. I'll use them on a new layout, so, you know. Only way to convert scale trains to soundtracks Tsunami 2 is with a buddy board. All right, good to know, Tom. Thanks for that info. So I'll get on that. So I'll pick up another buddy board, you know. 'Cause I'd like to get that one running. It's been, well, I haven't had it running since 2022. You know, it's been sitting on a damn shelf. So as soon as I get the P42 done, that's the next project. I'm not going to screw around. I want to get it done. Ray says, yeah, sort of, Derek, but still a good idea to have a resistor just in case. That's true. Tom says, Derek, I have a 16-volt bus line and use buckboards to turn down the voltage to the accessories. Now, see, I'll be using a 12-volt bus line, which I wired in for the second level. And my pump jacks, they can run a lot less than 12 volts. The less voltage you put them into them, the slower they run. I want them to get as real as possible. So I'm going to use I've got buckboards for that. I can reduce the voltage. Still have 12 volts going through my bus wire. All right, Chris. Well, thanks for popping up, and have a good evening, and we'll see you when you get here on the 10th. Oops. And James is back again. Just can't stay away, can you? That's good, though. I'm happy. Oh, thanks for that, Floyd. 1915. Oh, where'd it go? 1950. Somebody isn't hitting the like button. You guys know the routine. Hit the damn like button. I know, James. You like ESU up there. They're not a bad board. I mean, the two ES44s I'm running have ESUs in it, and they run fine. But you do get more functionality in the soundtracks board of Tsunami 2. And I want more functionality, so, you know. So I'm going to swap everything over. I like the idea, you know, they've got, you can set up the horns to blow when you stop or go in reverse. There's a button I can press when you're coming up to a crossing to do the bell and the horn blow, the horn sequence when you're coming to a crossing, which is nice, you know. Hit the button and it does its thing till the train passes through. You've got the cab chatter, a lot of stuff the Tsunami does that the ESU doesn't. So, you know, it's all preference. I mean, you know, like I said, they're both good boards. It just depends what you want to do with it. Tom says, Jim, my pump motor uses 6-volt DC. Yeah, I should have got 6-volt. Although, my understanding is they're 12-volt motors, but they'll run on less. Some say you could take them down to 3-volt and they'll still run. So, I use the buckboard to see how low I can get them. They should basically be pretty slow. I watched a show called Landman on TV. It's about, you know, Texas oil rigs and stuff. Good show if you've never seen it. The series. And, of course, they're always showing the pump jacks operating in the background somewhere. And they're relatively slow, you know. They're not like... They're just, you know, a little bit up, a little bit down. So I'm trying to replicate that as best I can. And, you know, if worse comes to worse, I'll get different motors if I can't get it right. So we'll see how it goes when I hook them up. James says I only need function. Okay, that's fine. Like I said, it just depends what you want to do, you know. I like having as much realism as possible. And, you know, I don't want to automate too much, but simple things like when the horn needs to blow and stuff, that's great. Just, you know, hit the button and it's good to go. I like the flashing ditch lights. Now, you could do that on ESUs, but it's more difficult. It's a piece of cake on the soundtracks to get them to alternately flash. So that's another thing. I'm kind of glad in a way that I got the ditch lights to burn out on this, because the way they had it set up, there's only one wire going to both LEDs. You know, one positive wire and one function wire. And I'm thinking, well, how did they get them to alternate? Well, I found out they don't. You can get them to flash, but not sequentially. They have to flash together. Not really prototypical, you know. So the way I'm going to set up, so when you blow the horn or turn on the bell, they'll alternate like on a real loco. And that, to me, that's kind of important, you know. So, let's see here. Jim, I'm going to put a potentiometer on the pump motors to see if that will slow them down. I think I tried that. The problem with it was they were too sensitive. Where the buckboard has a little, it's a little more accurate. But I think I did try using the potentiometer, and it would get it almost to the point, and I'd tweak it just a little bit more, and it would shut down. I mean, give it a shot either way, you know. But I didn't have good luck with it, so. James says, flashing ditch lights, not sure if they use them in Canada. That I couldn't tell you. In the States we use them, so. Floyd says, ditch lights don't flash with horn use in Canada. I think it's usually the bell is what kicks it on. Because, you know, when you're coming up to a crossing, they hit the bell. They're also using the horn, but I think the bell is what triggers the alternating ditch lights. At least here in the States it does. In Canada, I have no clue. As Ray says, most of my locos have sound, but I don't use it all the time, especially when running 4 or 6 at a time. I mute the sound, but can still use the bell whistle sounds. Now, see, that's the one thing. The ESU, you can shut the sound off, but the horn and the whistle, or the horn and the bell still works. I don't know I don't know if you can reprogram the CVs on the soundtrack Tsunami, but when you shut the sound off, everything's off. No horn, no bell, nothing. So that's kind of an issue, but I don't mind the noise, you know. It's not terribly loud in here, as long as I'm not doing a live stream. John says the one thing I'm not really into is crew talk. Well, I gotta see. You gotta hit a function button for it. I think it's function 13 or 14, something like that. Hit it once, and you get like 10 seconds of talk, and that's it. So it's not really a big thing, you know. Another thing I like too is it's got, I think it's function 15. You hit that one, and the conductor calls the all aboard sign, which will be great on the passenger train. You know, you wouldn't use it on your freighters, but you know, it is all aboard. Cool. So that would be kind of nice to have, you know, because it's, you know, normal. Hey Dave, BNSF, how you doing? Says BNSF doesn't use flashing ditch lights. Really? I wasn't aware of that. I mean, the models use them, but the real ones don't. Okay. Well, you learn something new every day. Floyd says ditch lights in Canada are either on or off. They do not flash. Okay. Like I said, I don't know about a lot of that stuff because I never took that much of an interest in it, you know. Ray Bertelson said that would be a Jason question on remapping the sound on this. Yeah, I might probably, or even Tom Grassi would know a lot too. They both have a lot of experience with that, where I really don't. I do have documentation that does tell you how to set your CVs and stuff, so, you know. Hey, there's Tom's Trains and Things. Tom Kvichak, how you doing? He says, holy moly, Jim, you've been talking about trains for at least 30 minutes. You okay? Been talking about them longer than that, almost a little over an hour now, actually. Started right in on it. Right after I said hello to everybody. Yeah, I'm trying to do more train talk, you know, because, I mean, this is a train channel, right? But I still like to talk about other stuff, too, so. Not restrictive, but I'm trying to get at least some train talk in. So, like I said, everything is preference, you know. There are guys out there that, you know, like the proprietary ones, like my, had two MTH GP38s, and I was having nothing but problems with the decoders on it, so I finally got fed up. I tore one out and put a Tsunami in that one, and it works just great. Because the MTA, well, that's a DCS system, which is slightly different than DCC, and, you know, it is what it is. Dave, BNFSN scale. Time for post-turkey nap. Yeah, tryptophan starts kicking in, man. Well, listen, thanks for popping in, and enjoy your nap. And we'll see you next time. Lloyd says 21:19. We're getting better. Getting close. John says, I'm getting there too, Dave. I had dinner. We had dinner at 3 o'clock. And we had turkey. We got the one of the turkey dinner things from Publix. My stepdaughter bought it for us, actually, because we don't even really give a shit one way or the other, you know. We would add steak or something, no big deal. But she says, you know, I'm going to buy you guys turkey dinners. That's cool. So we went and picked it up yesterday, and you get the 2-pound turkey, you know, pre-cooked. You just have to reheat it. Mashed potatoes, a couple of different vegetables, mac and cheese, shells and cheese. So Deb threw everything, you know, in the stove and the oven and cooked it all up. And 3 o'clock it was ready to eat, so we sat down and had our Thanksgiving dinner. And it was good, man. You know, I'm not a big turkey fan, but it was really, I mean, well, it was boar's head anyway. You know, the good stuff from Publix, and it was really excellent. I had quite a bit, and, you know, right after we finished eating, I'm going, oh, man, I got to nod off, you know. So I had to come back out here after a while and say, you know, I got to wake myself up, make sure everything's working. And that's the only way I stayed awake. If I'd stayed in the house, I probably wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it out here at 6 o'clock. So, you know. But yeah, that tryptophan will get to you no matter what, man. You eat turkey, you're going to get tired. Let's see here. Dave said, happy day, Packers beat the Lions. Okay, that's cool. I'm not a football fan, but for all you guys that like the football, probably good news for you. So, yeah, I know Thanksgiving is a big football day, you know, but my TVs don't get football. I don't get any sports, really. That's just the way it is. So, we had a good dinner, and, you know, like I said, it's unusual because I think, what was it, last year? Last year we cooked at home. I think I bought a bird. I bought a ham for myself. I said I prefer ham over turkey. And then the year before that, I think, I don't know, maybe that was still back in Naples. We went to a restaurant and got their turkey dinner. It was good. But, John says, I don't like NFL football, but I'm a Bengals fan. There you go. Yeah, I'm really disgusted with all the sports, really, you know. They seem to be more about the money than anything else. The whole sport of the game and sportsmanship just kind of went out the window. It's all about, you know, the money now. Derek says, I'm a NASCAR fan. I was in a NASCAR for a while. And I got bored with them because I got tired of the rule changes. You know, I know they're cracking down. I mean, they got the limiters on them, you know, the carburetor throttle plates or whatever. So they keep the speed down, and they're trying to make it so that, I mean, I understand it, you know, because the guy with the fastest car in a way should win. But they're trying to eliminate that. We're making it right. The guy that's the better driver should win. Well, fuck that. I want to see speed. Any idiot can drive a car. You know. James says, Derek, I watch trains. There you go. That's closer to what I want to do. And Ray says, my TV antenna only gets grit and a couple of PBS channels. There you go. Now, we don't even have cable. I mean, we've got the internet, and my wife watches, you know, stuff on internet. She's got Netflix, Tubi, I think. She got a few of the things that some are free, some you got to pay for. And she watches TV, but I don't even like TV. I have a movie site that I belong to. It's a monthly fee, and I can download anything I want. If they don't have it, I can request it. They get it. I download it, watch it when I feel like it. And that's what I do, because I'm really into sci-fi and anime. You know, I don't watch a lot of crap on TV. Now, there's a few good shows, like that Landman is good. And Stranger Things just came up with season 5, at least the first half of it. So I downloaded the first, I think it's 4 episodes, and they're going to do the last 4 later on, a couple months or so. All commercial free, high def. The only way I can watch TV anymore. So I watch a lot of anime, a lot of sci-fi. I'm still waiting for a few things to come on that are supposed to, but haven't yet. So, but when they do, I'll get them. In movies, any movie I want to see, as soon as it comes out, it's either on the site or I can request it. They get it, I watch it. So, and all that for $19 a month. John says, I do like watching hockey and winter sports, getting ready for the Winter Olympics in Spain. Is that time already? Last time they did the Olympics, well, I guess 4 years ago. I watched some of it, but it was kind of a clusterfuck, so I kind of quit watching it like a third of the way through. They were doing a lot of weird shit there, man, you know. Dave says, only care about the Packers, don't watch other teams much. Okay, that's fair. Dave says, love Badgers hockey. There you go. And John says, and trains. Ray Bertelson says, I haven't turned my TV on in over a year. Good for you, man. Should have rot your brain anyway. Yeah, some of the crap that's on TV is just so... I mean, a lot of cop shows. If it ain't a cop show, it's a medical show. You know, like some doctors or some fucking thing. I don't want to see that shit. It's fucking boring, you know. And the cop shows, they suck, you know. Somebody commits a murder or something, and in the hour time they got, they find a guy and convict him. Yeah, that's about as real life as you can get, right? Not. All right, John, thanks for popping in, man. Enjoy the rest of your Thanksgiving, too. And we'll see you next week. Have a fun and safe weekend. So, You know, like I said, it's when I was younger, TV was fun. You know, and I was a teenager. I would sit home on Friday nights. I'd rather watch TV than go out on a date. Unfortunately, the girlfriends that I had while I was married at that point, but my wife would sit there and watch TV with me because she liked the shows too. Oh yeah, happy birthday, John, for what, the 156th birthday now? I forgot to wish you a happy birthday when I said hi to you. I gotta train myself to do it. John Nippers says, I watch 60s and 70s shows mostly. I've watched a lot of them over again because I get them too. And there's some shows that probably a lot of people have forgotten, you know. And I remember them every now and then, and I'll request them, and they'll put the whole season up or whatever, however long they ran. And I could binge watch them, you know. Hogan's Heroes. There's 5 seasons of that. Even though I've seen it a million times. But sometimes it's nice to just watch it in succession. Binge watch, and you know. I found a time tunnel. I don't know if you guys remember the time tunnel. That was back from the mid-60s. You know, by today's standards, it's kind of hokey shows, but I don't know, they were just better made, you know. So, it is what it is. Yeah, everybody's wishing you a happy birthday, John. Ray says, I go on an old Western binge once in a while and watch Grit. The commercials drive me nuts, but it's free. I've never heard of Grit. I downloaded, what was it, a lot of good Westerns back in the day. I can't think of the names of half of them now, but How Gun Will Travel, that was a good one. The usual ones, Gunsmoke. There's another one I can't remember what it was, but there's a whole bunch of old westerns I really like. Series, you know, they were good. And they don't make series like that anymore. I mean, I don't know why not. You know, they were good shows, and yet they turn out shit nowadays. Hey Barbara, how you doing? Happy Thanksgiving to you too. What about MASH? I watched it the first time when it aired. I liked it, but not enough to watch it again. But it was a pretty good show. So, you know. James Cagney, Yankee Doodle, I've seen that. And I've seen a lot of the black and white movies, you know. All good stuff because, well, first you gotta remember, they didn't have special effects back then, you know. They had the old gangster movies, you know. One of the guys was running and somebody was shooting at him and they were putting bullet holes in the concrete next to him. Those are real bullets, you know. They had sharpshooters that would, you know, shoot real guns with real bullets right behind or in front of the actors. So, I mean, if they made a wrong move, they might have got shot. But, you know, but it was cool because, like I said, now they can fake anything and that kind of sucks. Yeah, Rawhide was good. Laramie, I didn't watch too much. I would like to watch Wild Wild West again because that was a good show. And I haven't been able to get that for some reason. Rifleman was good. I liked that. Well, anything with Chuck Connors was good. You know. Tales of Wells Fargo. I never heard of that one. I'll have to check it out. Remember Jim GBO After Dark at 7:55. I'll probably still be on, but you guys want to take off for that, that's fine, you know. Have fun will travel. No, have gun will travel, man. That was a good show. What was that other one, too, with... shit, the guy had a chess piece with his logo. What the hell was the name of that one? I can't remember. That was a good show. He was like a gun for hire. I can't remember the name of it now, but there's a lot of good old shows, man. I wish they would bring back variations of those, you know. They would probably be pretty good. One, they'd be in color, and, you know, probably better special effects and stuff, but the shit they're turning out today, I mean, some of it's decent, but most of it's garbage, you know. Now, the last Western I watched, believe it or not, was Cowboys and Aliens. It was a movie. And this happened back in the 1800s. Aliens landed, and the cowboys at the time didn't know what the fuck to do, so they tried to kill them, you know. It was a good movie. I mean, it probably wasn't no realism in it, but it was still fun, you know, fun to watch. It was a nice change of pace. So, you know, I said I like movies that are different, you know. Pat Masterson was good too. Another series I liked. So, I guess they just had a different mindset back then when they were making TV shows and movies. The crap they're putting out today, and that's what it is. It's all garbage, you know. Most of it. There's a few good shows out there, but a lot of it's just a variation of the same thing. Like I said, how many cop shows can you watch? Jim, did you watch Sea Hunt? I remember that. I watched a little bit of it. I wasn't really into it that much. I really liked Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. That was pretty good. I did watch Sky King. That was pretty good. Like I said, the actors and actresses back then were better. The storylines were better. And they didn't, you know, you could watch, like, even a horror movie. Horror movies back then were so much different, and I think better than they are today, you know. I mean, today it's all about the gore, you know. We don't see intestines, you know, falling out of somebody's gut. That's not considered a good movie, but the reality is, do I really want to see that shit? I've seen enough of it in real life, you know, car accidents and stuff. I don't really need to see that in the movies. Yeah, Irwin Allen, he was a hell of a producer, man. You know, he had a whole bunch of decent shows. Had a Time Tunnel, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Didn't he do Lost in Space too, I thought, maybe? I don't remember that. So they did so many. And it was all pretty good stuff, you know, but that's another problem, too. The producers today, you got some good ones out there, real talented ones, but they don't, I don't know, they're not given creative shows to actually produce. I love you, you love me, let's hang Barney from a tree. I haven't heard that one before. Oh, my wife pointed out that Barney was first killed some years back at the Macy's parade. Apparently they had a big blow up Barney, and something happened, the cables broke and it started to get away, so they had to shoot it down, and it was a big mess, I guess. Barney who? Oh, you probably don't know much about that up in Canada, James, but Barney was a big purple dinosaur. It was actually a woman that sounded kind of like a guy, but the thing was as gay as shit. And it was a kid's show, you know, a little kid's show. And the opening thing was, you know, he'd say, I love you, you love me, and then some other bullshit that goes with it, but let's pretend we're a family. I don't remember, but it sucked. People hated Barney, you know. Once a year, they would take a life-size, a blow-up Barney and throw him off a cliff in California. Wasn't nobody in it. It was just a balloon, you know, but still funny. And A stupid purple dinosaur, James. Yeah, that about sums it up, you know. It was just wrong. It was just too gay. That was the problem, you know. I mean, not as gay as them other fuckers. That's some 4 fucking things with the antennas on their heads. I can't remember what they're called now, but I mean, you know, I just wonder why our kids are all fucked up watching these stupid shows. You know, it's just, you know, I got what you guys probably know. At least here in the States, Romper Room. Shit, what the hell's his name is? Damn, I can't remember. Bozo the Clown. What was the guy like getting pies thrown in his face all the time? I can't remember his name either. They were funny shows, you know. And they weren't all hooked up on all this, you know, bullshit that they do. Yeah, Teletubbies, that's the one I was thinking of. What the fuck is a Teletubby? Whoever came up with it should have been tortured, you know. But they had a lot of good shows back in the day. And I watched every one of them. What the hell was the other one with Captain Kangaroo? He was cool. I was not real big on that other guy, the one with the neighborhood. What the hell was his name? I mean, he was all right, but it was like Soupy Sales. That's who it was. I couldn't remember it. You know, duh. I'm starting to get old. You can tell I'm losing my mind. Soupy Sales was funny as shit, you know. Barney was gay indoctrination. Yeah, I believe it was. It had to have been, you know. There's just something fucking wrong with that guy, that thing, man. I found out there was a woman in there. It was probably a trans because it sounded like a male voice. It was kind of weird. Yeah, Mr. Rogers. Now, Mr. Rogers, I mean, I have great respect for him. He was a hero, you know, a war hero. But I don't know. His show didn't really resonate with me too much, you know. I guess because, you know, and even before we even knew what gay was, it just seemed kind of gay, you know. I mean, when you're a little kid, you know, back in those, we didn't know what gay was, you know. We didn't know anything about that, you know. Mr. Green Jeans, I remember Mr. Green Jeans. Of course, you know, later on you had Pee Wee Herman. I liked Pee Wee Herman, even though he's a little pervert, but are you surprised? You know. Mr. Rogers, was he a minister? Okay, I wasn't aware of that. I knew he was a war hero. Killed a lot of men, you know, during the war. But I think he regretted every one he ever killed, you know. They had a big documentary on him once, or autobiography or biography or something. It was interesting. He has medals up the ass and, you know, hell of a guy. Derek, we watched the show every day before school. There you go. Fred was from Pittsburgh. I didn't know that either. I thought Romper Room was kind of weird. It was funny, you know. I mean, whoever came up with these shows, you know, they were different. I mean, you know, they were just different. That's all I can say, you know. The shit we got today, even Sesame Street. Now, when my kids were growing up, I let them watch Sesame Street, you know. Because a lot of the shows I wouldn't let them watch because I'm thinking, no, this will fuck their heads up, you know. But it wasn't, Sesame Street wasn't too bad at the time, but even they've gone over to the dark side. You know, I would never let my kids watch it if they were that age today because it's bullshit. James, which one, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood or Captain Kangaroo? Floyd says, I watched Popeye. Yeah, I like Popeye too. Well, we had all those shows, Roadrunner, Bugs Bunny, all these shows, you know. What's that? I saw an AI recently of Fred Rogers jumping into a crocodile pit and laughing. They're doing some weird shit with AI lately, man. Sesame Street is woke now. Yeah, it is. Rocket Ship 7. Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. And I watched a lot of those, what the hell was it? Shit. I can't remember those shows now. The ones with the puppets. He had a lot of good shows. They all mostly basically sci-fi space theme, but good stuff. Love the Roadrunner, or all maybe. Oh well, I had no tits, man. I mean, come on, really? That was a pirate's dream, a sunken shaft, right? Buffalo TV station channel 7. Not familiar with it. Now they had a show back when I was a teenager, Thunderbirds. That's what I was thinking of. That's one of them. They did a whole bunch of them. He did Thunderbirds first, and he did some before, and something different after, and I can't remember the names of them. Although I still watch them on occasion. I always thought Thunderbirds was really cool. I remember watching as a kid, and then they did a remake a few years ago, so they were all new ones. Those were good too. And basically, well, they were CGI, the new ones, so you didn't see the strings. Because back in the old stuff, every now and then you catch a string of that. You know, marionation is what they called it. But yeah, the Muppets were good too. Olive had 2 backs. Yes, she did. Stingray was good. I liked that show. I said they had a lot of good shows. Captain Scarlet. I don't remember that one. I was watching a YouTube video yesterday, and it was a celebration of the TV shows in the 50s and the 60s. And there was a lot of them I remembered. There was a few that they didn't put up. Yeah, Fireball XL5. They're still making them, you know. You can catch them on YouTube. I think they put out one like every 3 months. So, because I'm subscribed to it, and I watch them when they come out. Good show. Captain Scarlet. No, I don't remember Captain Scarlet though. I love the Muppets. Yeah, they were funny as shit. Especially the French guy, man, the chef. That was weird. Tennessee Tuxedo and his friends and Wacky Racers. Yep, those were good. Captain Kangaroo had a special Christmas show every year. Yeah, I think he did. Like I said, it's been a long time ago, so, you know. Yeah, I saw that, Thomas. Looks pretty good. I was surprised you painted it up real nice and stuff and decaled it. It looks good. UFO, that was a good one. Space 1999, also a good one. You know, I watched those recently, like last year. I requested them on my movie site, and they uploaded them for me, and I downloaded them. The Swedish Chef, that's the one. I could never mock. I couldn't, you know, duplicate the voice, but yeah, Fraggle Rock was okay. Wasn't as good as the Muppets, but it was close. I watched the first season of it, you know. And mind you, I have an adult watching these shows, right? Spaceballs, funny movie. You know they're coming up with a sequel to that? Should be out, I think, in 2 years. 28? Is it 27 or 28? It'll be out. And, what's his face? The guy who made it. I can't remember his name. He's actually going to star in it. He's already done his part. Because he may not be alive that long. So he pre-recorded his part in there. The Coneheads, yeah, they were funny. They did a movie too. That was kind of weird. For something that originated on Saturday Night Live. Of course, Saturday Night Live back in those days was actually funny. You know. Now it's bullshit. I refuse to watch it now. All right, Andy. Well, thanks for popping in, man. Hey, get a good night's rest and have a fun, safe weekend. We'll see you next week. And happy Thanksgiving to you. That's true. They really did, Floyd. They always had everybody. I had the whole series of the Muppets for a while. I watched them all, and everybody you could imagine, movie stars, they would do a guest appearance on there. You know, I mean, whoever you could think of, they were on there if they were alive at the time, and it was, yeah, Mel Brooks. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Mel Brooks. She's like 99 years old right now, so he pre-shot whatever scenes he's going to do. So, because he says I may not be alive when the movie comes out. So, but they are doing a sequel. Spaceballs 2. That'll be pretty good. Yeah, he's still kicking. Like I said, he's 99. And they did it. They did a special on it. It was on YouTube about a month or so ago, and I watched and I said, "Shit, they're really gonna do a sequel?" And it's like, hell yeah. You know, another guy that's still, he's 99 years old. That's, shit, what the hell? God damn, I'm bad at names. I really am. He starred in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. What the hell was the star's name of that? He's still alive. He's 99 years old. Looks like hell for 99, but they were asking him the other day what he attributed to his long life. I didn't read it because I figured probably bullshit anyway. But Jim, what about Muppets from? I've seen almost every Muppet movie they made. So that's, yeah, Dick Van Dyke. That's who. Oh, he just turned 100. Okay, because like I said, when I interviewed him, he was still 99. He just turned 100. Cool. Like I said, he looks like hell. You know, I mean, not really, but, 100 years old, what do you expect? And he's still kicking now. Yeah, he had a lot of back problems from all the antics he did back in the day. He was always falling down and doing backflips and shit, All the shows he was in, the Dick Van Dyke Show. And he said it really fucked up his back. And I don't know how, like I said, he's doing pretty good for 100 years old. With a really bad back. Oh, But, they I don't think TV will ever be the same, to be honest with you. Yeah, Carol Burnett was good. Yeah, she's getting up there, too, in age. And, yeah, she's still working. So, I used to watch her show, too, all the time, but radio I was never a big fan of. Now, we had, there was 2 main radios. They were FM stations when I was a teenager. In Naples, anyway. They were pretty good. But then, I mean, nowadays you turn on radio and there's more commercials than there is music. So I stopped listening to radio a long time ago. I have all my music on an SD card. Plug it into the car stereo and I listen to that. I actually have like 600 songs, but I've only got like maybe 40 or 50 on the SD card, the ones I like the most. And I'll change them out every so often. So, hey, John Train, how you doing? Good to see you here. He says, I have all the seasons of the Flintstones. Flintstones are great too, man. The real life movies, they were okay. But I think the cartoon was much better. Ray says we're dating ourselves now. Yes, we are. But hey, the movie radio, I don't think I ever saw that. Oh yeah, Woody Woodpecker, definitely, man. Roadrunner was one of my favorites, Tom says. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I said all those things. They had every one of those were great. And it's Three Stooges. I love the Three Stooges. Matter of fact, I've got some of the Three Stooges I got to watch when I get a chance. I got 2 movies that I haven't seen in a while. And they had so many episodes that they've never actually put them all together. So I get them in little bundles, you know. Wile E. Coyote, absolutely. So, but I like that stuff, you know. And we didn't need, you know, somebody at the end of the show or the beginning of the show saying, you know, children don't do this stuff because, you know, you can get hurt. Because you know what? We weren't fucking stupid and we knew not to do that shit. Today they got put disclaimers on every TV show for kids there is, you know. And they've really, you know, dumbed down the cartoons too, even so. You know, they're not allowed to use guns on the cartoons anymore. Like, what the fuck? You know. Abbott and Costello, who's on first? Yeah, I remember that. So you watched a lot of movies, Thomas. I wasn't a real big movie fan. These are all fairly late movies. And I probably heard of it, but I don't remember it. Like I said, I was more into sci-fi and stuff of that sort. And comedy. Some comedy, but not all of it. Three Stooges are on MeTV Saturday afternoon. I did not know that. Okay. Well, like I said, I get it from my movie site, so. Little Rascals, I've seen that. That's funny as shit. Tom and Jerry, absolutely. Like I said, there's so many shows that they don't make today. Or some of them they do remake, but they fuck them all up. I remember the Blue Lagoon, Thomas. The first movie, that was a very controversial movie, even though I didn't think it was. And I think they did 2 or 3 sequels to it with different actors. So I didn't think it was that good of a movie, but, you know. When I was a kid, I ate dirt, drank water from the creek, didn't wear a helmet on a bike, etc. Well, none of us did, Ray. And we did all that shit. We drank water out of the hose, drank water out of the rivers or whatever. Nobody got sick. Nobody died. So I don't know what the fuck's going on now. I mean, maybe they just contaminated everything. I don't know. Yeah. But by today's standards, we should have never survived it. And yet here we are. I remember the Bowery Boys. They were good. Dennis the Menace. He just died recently. The actual kid that played in the show. Ray Burleson. I did that too when I was a kid. I said, well, the trains were only about an 1/8 mile away, and there was like a yard there. And when they came to stop, me and my friends, we were young, 8 years old. Hop on the boxcar, take it down a few towns down. When it stopped, we'd get off and wait for a returning train and get back on. My parents would have found out, they'd have probably tanned my ass, but good. But we all did it, Well, yeah, the original Sesame Street wasn't too bad, Thomas. But it's woke now, and I wouldn't let my kids watch it today. Fuck, no way, man. John says, me too, Ray, and we lived. I know. Nobody died. Now, my dad made me a go-kart. Sort of. It didn't have an engine on or anything. It was basically a 3 2x4s and some rope and wheels and a seat. We had a big hill up by the school. Roll down the hill. You get going about 30 miles an hour, And without thinking, no, I did that in a little wet wagon. We never took the go-kart down the hill. It was too dangerous. But the little red wagon didn't have brakes either. And I got in the wagon, went down the hill, hit the curb, and flew into the handle right here. Well, you probably can't see it, but right here on the corner of my eye. The handle hit me right there. I had to get stitches. But, you know, another little bit over, I probably lost my eye. But, you know, hey, that's the shit we did and we lived through it, you know. I didn't play hooky from school up north. We didn't do that till down here because I was 10 years old when we moved to Florida from New Jersey. And things were different where I was from in Carteret, New Jersey. And we didn't cuss. We didn't smoke pot. We didn't smoke cigarettes. Maybe the high school kids did, but the elementary kids didn't do none of that shit, you know. I came down here, I went into 5th grade, 10 years old. My friends are cussing. They're having sex. And I'm like, what in the fuck's going on here, you know? It was a little weird for me. And it was completely different. Yeah, Ray, downhill racer. There you go. It was completely different from where I was from. You know, I dated a girl. She's still classified. I haven't talked to her many years, but she said, yeah, I seen her about 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And when I had my shop, and she came into the shop and she was selling VHS porn tapes. And she says, Jim, is that you? I said, Johanna, really? What the fuck? I haven't seen you since 5th grade, you know. And she says, well, you know, we were childhood sweethearts. And I go, yeah, I guess we were. But she ultimately dumped me because I never made a move on her. I was fucking 10 years old, man. You know. Knew what sex was, but, you know, it was not something a 10-year-old did. At least not me, anyway. So, it was pretty fucked up, but, you know. She still looked nice, though. She was still pretty, even as an adult. Floyd says, I used to build those and ride them down the hills at the quarries. There you go. But you probably had brakes on yours, didn't you? You know. I didn't have brakes. Like, it was like an oversight or something. You know, you don't need brakes. You find something to stop you, you know. Yeah, right. I had a real go-kart. I was 14 years old, 14 or 15. I bought the go-kart. It didn't have an engine on it for $10. It had the rest of the stuff, but no engine. So I found a lawnmower with the right engine, the 3.5 horse. Put that on there, bought a clutch for it. Put it all together, and once again, I didn't have brakes. So my neighbor had a long driveway from his backyard all the way to the street. It was about maybe 50 yards long, right? So I put it back there, and I figured I'd just turn on the road, you know, not worried about it. Well, I was probably doing about 15, 20 mile an hour. And I got to the road, I went to turn the wheel. It didn't turn, went straight, hit a fucking palm tree. Fucking racked my nuts like you would believe. And that was the first and last time I had a center bar for the steering column. Because like I said, I went forward, man, racked myself, but good. I was in a lot of pain for a while. And at about that time, too, I didn't realize that balance was everything. And there wasn't enough weight in the front to get it to track to steer at high speed. You know. Another time I was on it, was going down the road, doing about 35, 40 mile an hour. And the damn clutch, and we didn't know what Loctite was back then. They had set screws to hold the clutch assembly on the shaft of the motor. Well, it slid out, and through the heavy metal weights, whizzed by my ear. If it had hit me in the head, it would have killed me. You know, but it whizzed right by my ear. It's like, holy shit, you know. And still, I lived through all that crap, right? All right, let's see here. What else we got here? Thomas says, I was going fast on my bike downhill, hit the front brakes by accident and rolled. Yeah, that'll happen. John Train says, used to climb every tree I could, and don't forget the barn roofs. My city cousins thought me and my brothers were crazy. I'll bet. But you lived, though, didn't you? All right, James, have a good one, man. I know you're going to go see Go By at Chris. So, have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Which is drag your foot mostly. Yeah, you could. It's sort of a brake, but not really. Then I got smart and took a piece of wood, like a 1x2, put it, drill the hole in it, put a bolt through it, and have it, scrape a tire scrubber. And you hold it against the tire, and it would eventually slow you down. Wasn't a very good brake, but it helped. Let's see. I don't have tattoos, but if I did, I guess I would just number the scars from being a kid. Yeah, I got a few scars, mostly on my knees. Got a couple on my arm. Well, I got a knife fight once. Kid cut my arm up a little bit, and I still got the scars from that. They're not real big. You can barely see them, but, I didn't get hurt that much. I was really lucky in that respect. Racers never use the front brakes like. They're supposed to be set to where they only work like half of what your braking capacity is. So if you squeeze the front brake, it shouldn't lock it up. If it locks it up, you're going to get hurt. Your back brakes you want to lock, but not your front ones. The front ones are just to aid the rears. You learn that pretty quick, especially on a motorcycle. Floyd says we would put seatbelts on them. Really? I never wore seatbelts even as a kid. Thomas says I used to jump off roofs. Well, that explains a lot. I'm only messing with you. I fell off a roof twice. Not intentionally, but it just happened. John says, I have some barbed wire fence scars. Oh, that would suck. I was lucky. I had a friend. He was on a dirt bike going through the woods out in Naples, behind a subdivision, and somebody put up a barbed wire fence. He didn't know about it. He hit that fucker with his neck. Didn't decapitate him, but it fucked him up big time. He lost his voice for like a year. He had a lot of problems. I mean, it tore him up pretty good. And the guy that had the fence got sued for not having signs on it, because you couldn't see that shit. A wooded area, you're not going to see a barbed wire fence. But like I said, that was the worst. That was probably the worst thing I saw happen with any of my friends, at that point in time. Now, when I got into high school, my friends were dropping off left and right. Suicides, overdoses, freak accidents. It was weird, I had one friend, I don't even remember his name now. Remember the surfer foot pedals you used to put on your car, the gas pedal looked like a big foot? He put one of those on his pickup truck. And apparently he didn't check to make sure that it wouldn't catch anything. Well, he was driving. I guess he went to pass somebody. He floored it. It got stuck under the carpet or on the carpet somehow. He panicked and ran off-road and flipped the truck. It killed him, And after that, they had all these warnings about, because I had one on my Chevelle, But I was smart enough to, well, first off, my car had the pedal on the floor. The old cars, remember, they had the hinge on the floor. The newer ones have it up under the dash. I like them back on the floor, actually. But I never worried about mine getting stuck on anything because I tested it first, Plus, I had a clutch, so if anything went wrong, I'd push in the clutch, turn the key off, and, come to a stop. Let's see here. Boy, so it's time for me to go, Jim. Have a great, all right, well, happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you next time. Have a good weekend, be safe, and we'll see you next time, man. John Nippenberg says, my worst current scar is from the cat when my wife turned on the blender one morning. Yeah, scare the cat, did it? I had a cat. I got the scars. They're hard to see. But I picked up a cat. You're supposed to pick him up by the scruff of the neck. I didn't do it right. That fucker flipped around and just clawed the shit out of me. That was a bloody mess for a couple hours, man. After that, I learned how to pick up a cat properly. And Derek said you shouldn't try to hold a cat in a blender. Now, he was probably holding the cat, and his wife turned the blender on, spooked the cat, and man, you don't want to spook a cat when you're holding it. It could get bad real quick. Thomas says, my uncle had a sticker on his car, and it says, if you pass on the right, you're an idiot. Well, I guess I'm an idiot. I passed on the right many a time, man. If there's nowhere else to go, fuck it. I used to be a crazy driver back in the day. Not so much anymore. My wife still thinks I'm a crazy driver, but I've really calmed down a lot over the years, Do I still speed? Absolutely. But, I don't take the chances I once did, Plus, I try not to tear up my car either, so, Although I never did tear up any of my cars, but. There you go. Ray says, PSA, public service announcement. Don't put the cat in a blender and turn it on. Or the microwave, for that matter. John says, they don't like that, Derek. Hear about that woman? She put her, what was it, the kid was 2 days old? Put the kid in a microwave and turned it on. Cooked the kid. The kid didn't die instantly. But he got severe brain damage and died the next day. She put it in the microwave for 2 minutes. They didn't say why, but, now she's going to prison for murder, and it's as well as she should be. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with these people, man. What's green, red, and goes 100 miles per hour? A frog in a blender. Good dad joke, man. We are smart, but we can be stupider. Yes, we can. I'm seeing a lot of that these days. But, it is what it is. I'll grab me another soda. Ain't bad about turkey dinners. It dries me out somehow. Like my mouth is really dry. I know it's from the turkey. But, hey, you guys seen those shorts on YouTube of these people that get the exploding packages? Funny as shit. And I don't know how much of them are set up. I mean, I don't think all of them are real, but you can sort of tell which ones are and which ones aren't. But the one guy that picks up the package, it blows up, it covers him with yellow paint. He's beating on the door, Come on here, we're gonna settle this right now. And I'm thinking, dumbass, this guy just fucking blew up a paint bomb in your face, and you want to fuck with him? He may come out with a gun. If it were me, that's what I'd do, and say, hey, is there a problem here? Derek says, what's black and white, etc.? The answer is a nun rolling down the hill. That's a dad joke. Yes, it is. Yeah, Ray, I believe it is too. A lot of it's AI. But they are still funny, though, Like I said, some of them are so forceful, you're thinking, if that were a real bomb, they would have got hurt, I mean, some of them things blow apart with so much force, you'd have to get hurt. I don't see how you couldn't. But it's still fun to watch. Then they had the one guy, he was an ex-NASA engineer. And I believe this is probably real. He wired one up and they had tinfoil on the outside of the package. And when this black guy picks it up, stuffs it under his shirt against his bare skin, right? walks about 10 foot and the fucking thing juices him. Not enough to kill him, but scared him a little bit. So drops it out of his shirt real quick. He looks at it. He goes to pick it up again. Talk about stupid, right? Gets shocked again. Then gets mad and starts stomping it. And then these idiots that get painted or whatever, and they actually call the cops. They had this one woman, well, she's a young woman. She called the sheriff or cop, whatever, and says, I want to press charges. Guy, he blew up a paint bomb in my face. He goes, well, exactly what happened? She says, well, I picked up the package on the porch, and it blew up. So he goes, is the package yours? She says, no, I was just checking it out. You're going to jail, lady, I mean, how dumb can you be? Well, it's funny you would say it, because I'm thinking the same thing, Derek. But they don't admit to stealing the package. There was another girl did the same thing. The cop said, well, was it your package? She says, well, I wasn't sure. I was checking the address on it. Not your house, but you're checking to see if your package was at somebody else's house. Bullshit, Why are bowling pins marching around the White House? They are on strike. That's a dad joke for sure. AI cheats reality. It makes me more skeptical than I already am. That's true. I got issues with AI because it's going to get to a point where you're not really going to know what's real and what isn't. Yeah, I remember that, Derek. People wiring the Trump signs with low voltage. They had the one that was another woman. She went to grab the sign and she got hit pretty hard. Knocked her on her ass, It's like, what do they think's going to happen, John says, I like the nun. Yeah, you're probably going to go to hell for that, though. You realize that, right? But, my suggestion, we don't have that problem where we're at here, thank God. But if we did, I would probably find a way to shoot them. Hey, turn around. As soon as he turned around, I'm plugging right in the chest, Self-defense, he was coming at me. But that's what should happen, Yeah, I saw that one too. There's one guy. He was in a really nice pickup truck. He's going down the road. And he says, oh, there's a sign. He sees a Trump sign. Goes off-road to get it. And then all of a sudden you hear a pop. He goes, shit, what the hell is that? So he pulls over. And he's got a piece of wood with nails in it. Stuck in his tire. Yeah, well, do stupid things, win stupid prizes. Well, yeah, they are. So it's a neat idea. But, the thing with the board, it's a true story. Back in the day, I think it was in the 70s or early 80s, I don't remember the exact date, we had a lot of problems in Naples Park in Naples where we lived with people doing lawn jobs. They drive up in your grass, roast the tires, tear up your grass, just for shits and giggles. Well, that happened once. My dad said, we'll fix the next guy that does that. So he took a length of 2x4, put spikes in it, buried them underneath the grass, like 3 or 4 of them, and lo and behold, a few weeks later, some jackass came through the yard, blew out all 4 of his tires. Of course, he took off with flats, If he'd have stayed, we'd probably beat the hell out of him. Next thing you know, here comes this fucking sheriff with the blue lights. Sir, did you put spikes in your yard? Well, yeah, to keep people off the grass. Sir, that's illegal. You can't do that. He can sue you. I says, well, is he here now? No. I says, is he gonna be? I'll have a talk with him. Sir, you can't touch him, you know. I said, no, I'm not gonna touch him, but I'm gonna explain the fucking facts of life to him. You know. And I would thought something. You fucking try and sue us, motherfucker. You'll be doing it from a wheelchair. I'll break your fucking legs. You know? But it was actually illegal to put a booby trap in your yard. And I'm thinking, well, I don't understand that. You know, it's your yard. Some asshole comes through, is going to do, vandalize your yard, and you can't do anything. Well, ain't that a bunch of shit, you know? But that's the way it was, man. Probably still is. I saw some paint bombs in cars. Yeah, those were funny. That's what I'm saying. Why would you blow them up on your own porch? You got to clean that mess up. I know they're water-based paints, but still, you still got to clean it up. And if you don't get there till if you're at work when this happened, by the time you get home, it's dried on or you got problems. So why not let them get out to their vehicle and then have it blow up? They had one guy who was in a pickup truck, got a pretty good-sized box. He opens the door, puts the box in there, climbs in the truck, shuts the door, and then it blows up. It had to do a few $1,000s worth of damage to the inside of his truck, you know. Serves you right, asshole. Don't steal shit, you won't have that problem. Could have been AI. I mean, you don't really know. But, and that's like I said, it's kind of funny though, because nothing on YouTube I've seen. I don't know if you guys are Star Trek fans or not, but I used to watch Star Trek, the original series. And they've done some AI with them. And the latest one is they got Star Trek, the Red Army version, or the Red Socialist version. And it's got all the actors in their when they were alive in the original show. But they're dressed differently. They're dressed like communist soldiers. And the Enterprise has a sickle and hammer on it, and they go around blowing up other worlds. I mean, it's pretty funny, and it looks real. I mean, it's not. It's obviously AI. But hey, you know. And they've got several variations of it. And they're doing this with everything, you know. So, I guess you can do a lot of cool shit with AI if you got a really good computer to do it with. Yeah, glitter bombs are cool too. There you go. We put spike boards around our tree for it to keep rival neighborhood kids out. There you go. It was probably illegal, but I don't know, depending where you live, probably wouldn't bother you. But I never understood that. Anytime you try and protect yourself or your property, cops are telling you can't do that. Well, but the criminals, they can do whatever the fuck they want, can they? You know. Well, they'll just get arrested. Yeah, if you catch them. You know. And you don't even look. You don't even try to look for them, so, we'll take care of it ourselves. And that's the way I've always been, pretty much. Never relied on the cops to do anything, because one time we got shot at. We're downtown Naples. This was back in the 70s. I was driving, and we hear gunfire. And a couple of the bullets hit the car, didn't hurt us any. So he's like, we got the fuck out of there, Found a payphone, called the cops, and said, oh, dude, somebody shot at us, I don't think they believed us. Well, what do you want us to do? I said, well, look for him, for Christ's sake, Nobody got hit, thank God, but what if somebody got hit, I don't think they even looked for him, So I said, what, we'll handle ourselves next time. Yeah, that's old, man. Although they had one of the porch pirate bombs had dog shit in it, and when it blew up, it coated that woman. But the dog must have had diarrhea. It was nasty, You know, oh my God, I stink. What the hell is this? You know, well, dumbass, probably shouldn't have done it. You know. Uh, I remember though when I was a kid, people did that. They'd fill a paper bag with shit and light it on fire and ring the doorbell. And, you know, your instinct would open the door. You'd see the fire. You'd stomp it out. You'd wind up with dog shit over the bottom of your shoe. You know. I mean, it was a harmless prank. And nobody got killed over it, thank God. The newest one where they try and kick your door in and then run away. And I guess two kids already gotten killed because of it. Which I don't agree with because, you know, you don't shoot through your doors. You wait for them to come in and then you shoot them. But both cases, one was a guy and one was a woman, they both shot through the door. They must have been hollow doors because usually a 9 won't go through a solid door. Even a 45 won't go through a solid door, I don't think. Well, anyway, they shot through the door. One was a woman. She was at the wrong house, a cleaning woman or something. She got shot and died. And the other one was a kid who got shot and killed. You know, and of course, it's a murder rap, man, because, you know, you can't claim stand your ground or use the castle doctrine or a self-defense if they didn't come through the door. So you wait for them to kick the fucking door down, then you unload on them. Then you've got a case and it's self-defense. Apparently somebody didn't get the memo on that one. Bag of shit lit on fire, owner comes out steps on it, then you ring the back doorbell. Yeah. That would be cruel. But funny. John says ringing the back doorbell is a professional finale. Yeah, probably. So I'm saying, I don't understand, you know, things are different today. People are afraid. Everybody's armed. I don't have no issue with that. But, you know, if you got a gun and somebody kicks in your door, you know, most of these kids can't kick a door open in one shot. You know, because I guess the idea is they're supposed to kick it till the door opens up. So you got plenty of time to retrieve your gun, throw it in the chamber, cock it, and wait. And when that fucking door opens, then you unload on the motherfucker. Then you can claim self-defense. It's legal. Because, you know, obviously the guy, you think that, you know, you're afraid of your life. You think he's going to come in and rape you, rob you, whatever. So you shot him instead. And under the stand your ground, I think even the castle doctrine, you'd be protected. But if you shoot through a fucking closed door, you know. I mean, you got to know when to shoot. That's the whole thing. Texas owner thinks there's another bag of poop on the back porch and runs through the house. I know. I'm saying, it's funny. Meanwhile, he's tracking dog shit all through the house. I don't think too many people actually went that far, but, you know. But, you know, like I said, things were different then, you know. There was another case recently where there's an old guy. He's going to prison for murder. Some black kid went to his house to retrieve his brother, went to the wrong house. The old guy freaked out, shot and killed the kid, you know. The kid just went to the wrong house. He had no intention of robbing or hurting the old man, but, and once again, the old man shot through the door. You know, oh my God, there's a black kid out there. He's going to hurt me. I got to kill him. You can't think like that, you know. So, I don't know, but, you know, having a firearm is a responsibility. You got to know when to use it, you know. I mean, I have guns. My wife has a gun. Well, we both have carry permits, even though you don't need them anymore. We still maintain them. But, you know, she's the same way. You got to know when to use it. You just can't go around shooting people because they'll bust you for murder. You know? Most of these kids nowadays couldn't pour water out of a boot with the directions on the bottom. That's true. They are stupid, you know. And you see a lot of that shit on YouTube too, you know. It's people doing ridiculous, stupid things, you know. Had that one black woman. She goes into Walmart, loads up her cart with her phone. I'm going to steal this food. And she runs out the door. Stolen food. Well, geez, just guess what you just did? You just busted yourself, you know. Won't be hard to find out who you are. That's what I used to tell my stepdaughter. She wasn't, you know, until I straightened her out. But prior to that, she was, you know, did a lot of things that were, you know, not quite legal. And once again, she would do the same thing. She'd brag about it. Look, there. When you do something illegal, you tell no one. Not even your best friend. You keep it to yourself. This way, if you get caught, it's on you, not your best friend, not your mother, not your boyfriend, not anybody. It comes back on you. But the idea is, and I'm not endorsing this, when you do something illegal, the object is not get caught. You guys like try and get caught. Like it's a fucking badge of honor or something, you know? You're fucking stupid. I mean, she finally did figure it out, but... Yeah, it's truth, though, you know. Jim Ding Dong Ditch. Well, he said, if you kicked my door, and if you actually kicked it in, I would shoot you. I don't care who you are, you know. Because I have rules. You break into my house, you die. But if you just go kicking doors or ringing a doorbell, that's on you, man. I ain't got time to fool around with that horse shit, you know. I mean, it's stupid. We've all done it, you know. When I was a kid, we used to go around ringing doorbells and run, you know. I don't remember what we called it at the time. It wasn't Ding Dong Ditch, but it was something similar to that. And we all did it, you know, and then we'd go hide around the bushes and open the door. Oh, nobody here. I don't know what the hell's going on, you know. And the guy'd be a little pissed off because, you know, he answered the door, there's nobody being there. And sometimes if you were really good and lucky, you can get them 2 or 3 times in one night. Of course, sometimes they'd be waiting for you, and when you went to do it the second time, they'd swing that door open. Boom, you're busted. You know, like I said, things were different, and you didn't try and run away. Just like, oops, sorry, sir. What's your parents' phone number? And you knew you were in a world of shit, because he'd call your parents, and they'd beat your ass. Oh, here's another good dad joke. Why do these kids go through a bottle of shampoo a day? Directions say lather, rinse, and repeat. I'm sure some of them do. You never know. I mean, you know. No, we had a different... I remember what it was, but I can't say the word. It's the N-word knock. You know, if you went N-word knocking, that's what it was called. And like I said, it was a different time, and that word wasn't a problem like it is today. But that's what we called it back in the day. And there were no black people in our town. You know, we lived in a pretty much white-only town. There was one black couple that had a kid or two that lived on the outskirts of town because they weren't allowed to live in the town. You know, and this was before, you know, before they really started asserting themselves. They were decent people. They're not like some of them today, you know. But it is what it is, you know. I was in Home Depot down in Naples just quite a few years ago. I needed this fiberboard. Well, for a lot of you old guys know that that's not what it's called. It's the N-word board. And that's what it was known as. If you talk to any builder or contractor, that's what he called it. The N-word board. So all my life, that's what I referred to it as. So I go into this Home Depot. You got an N-word board here. He looked at me like, what the fuck, man? That's not what it's called. He was an older guy, so he knew that's what used to be called. He says, no, we call that fiberboard now. Oh, all right. Do you have any fiberboard? Honestly, I didn't know. Like I said, I came from a time where it wasn't a problem to use the N-word. So, we used it for a lot of different things. And it didn't have anything to do with blacks, not really. How could a piece of fiberboard called the N-word board? I mean, it didn't have anything to do with blacks. It was just what it was called. And we N-word rigged everything. Almost said it. You can't say that anymore either. Now it's jerry rigged, Is Jerry a black guy? I don't know. I better be careful. I'll get myself in trouble. Ass knocking run? Nah, I never heard it called that either. But like I said, times were different back in the day, and words that were considered normal and not really offensive were used all the time. Today, you can't use those words. At least not without getting into some sort of trouble. But it was funny because I have a black family that lives across the street from me. They're really nice. Carla, her sister, and her really elderly dad. And it was the first couple times I went over, we were talking about stuff. And of course, politics comes up, religion, everything. And they're really nice people, And I accidentally said the N-word. I said, oops, sorry. It's no big deal. We use it all the time. I'm going, okay. And, it was just something I wasn't thinking, and I accidentally said it. But, like I said, I didn't say it to her, or in reference to her, or her color. I used it as a general term for something else, And I still consider hood rats the N-word. I'm sorry, but that's just what they are. Just like you got white trash, what do they call them, trailer trash, and honkies, or whatever the fuck they're called, but, So how come we get a word that's not bad, but they get a word that we can't use? It's not right. I had to do repairs on remodels, and Jerry had been there before me. Yeah, well, we didn't use that word, Jerry, until later on, Yeah, I said, it is what it is. It's not a big deal, I mean, to me, it's like, I'm Italian. You can call me a Dago, you can call me a Wop, you can call me a Guinea. They're all derogatory terms. But I don't give a shit, It's like, that's all you got, Call me late for dinner, we may have a problem. But other than that, I don't care, And that's why I say I can't understand why people get so upset, because they hear a word they don't like. Jim, why are train horns saying before the train crossed the road? I give up. What are they saying? I don't have a clue. You guys see that one where the guy's neighbor was always complaining about his truck being too loud and shit, so he went out and he bought a ship horn off a 1,000-yard or 100-yard long freighter or something, some big freighter. He got the horn off of it. He said to the cars, get out of the way. Okay. A little weird. Anyway, he bought this horn, and he had to have a special motor to power it and a 3-phase generator to supply power to the motor. So he set up this whole thing, put it in his front yard one day, and let it go. Now you talk about, wow, and this makes a train horn sound like a ferry horn in a foreign car. It's ridiculously loud, Oh! I mean, I can't even mimic it. But it was funny as shit. He said, this'll fix them assholes. Now they can complain about the noise. How many Italians do you have to grind up for an Italian seasoning? Asking for a friend. I don't have the answer to that one either. Hey, Flashback Model Works, how you doing? Good to see you. Are you messy? Because all the names are different on this. I'm not sure. Grim, you need a train horn on your truck. The closest thing I got is this right here. Hey, oh, all right, your model works. Okay. I wasn't sure. Hey, so these things are all screwed up. They say you can fix this in YouTube Studio, the chat names. I look for it and I can't see where you could change anything. I think somebody's pulling my leg, Anyway. Yeah, I'd like to get a train horn. I'd put it in my damn car. Hell with the truck. Yeah. But you could get busted for that. Another true story. Way back in the day, my friend Johnny, he had a 53 Chevy car. And the stock horn in it was really loud. He didn't put a different horn. It's one that came from the factory. Twice as loud as most car horns. We were going through downtown Naples one night, and somebody in front of us was sitting at the light, light's green, he didn't go, so Johnny hit the horn. It was loud, it reverberated off the buildings and everything, because, late at night. Next thing you know, the blue lights come on behind us. He got pulled over. And the cop goes, it's illegal to put a loud horn in your car. And Johnny goes, this is the horn that came with the car. The cop didn't believe him. So Johnny opens up the hood, and it says, a stupid-looking stock horn that they had back in 1953. The cop scratching his head. I said, look, sir, I know for a fact you'd change the horn. He says, isn't the horn supposed to be loud so you can hear it? Well, yeah, but not that loud. I didn't know there was a loud limit on a horn. I thought the idea was people hear the horn. And it might have been. He might have been screwing with us, but, I had another friend. It was Rick. He had a Chevy van. He got a semi-truck horn. They run off of air. Well, he didn't have an air compressor, so he got an old oxygen tank, a 5-footer, filled it with compressed air, and had it hooked up to the horn. He had the pull chain for the horn. Holy shit, was that thing loud, man. Yeah. But I figured, hey, if you can put on a semi, what the hell difference does it make? Another funny story. Guy's going down 111th, it was a long street in Naples Park. Speed limit's 30. He was doing like 15. This idiot in a Volkswagen pulls up behind him, and it's a no passing area, so he couldn't pass him legally. So he gets up right behind him. The Volkswagen was fairly quiet. There's no Beetle. He had a train horn in the car. Or a semi-horn, rather. He blew that motherfucker. That poor son of a bitch in the car in front of him. He must have slammed the gas into the floor pan and got the hell out of Dodge, man. I mean, it must have scared the shit out of him. He's lucky he didn't give him a heart attack. But, the whole part of a horn is you're supposed to hear it. I'd like to have a train horn in the car. That would be cool. But once again, they run on compressed air. You'd either have to have a compressor or an air tank for it. Hey, Kyle Stevens. How you doing, Kyle? Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving to you, sir. So, Yeah, I figure, hey, whatever it takes to get the point across. That's why I hate foreign cars. They got the fairy horns in them. It's like, that's not a horn. That's like you come up behind them, they think you're gay. Look at that guy's got. That's not a real horn in that car. Same with motorcycles. Motorcycles have them gay horns too. It's like, eh, eh, eh. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that? Hood ornaments. Well, they don't have them on cars anymore because too many people were losing their nuts on them. True fact. If you were a pedestrian and you got hit by the car, not enough to kill you, but if you come up over the hood, it would tear your sack off. And then they started spring loading them, but it was still a problem, so they just did away with them altogether. Had better days. Hope you're well, Jim. I'm doing pretty good, man. Doesn't sound like you're doing that good, though. But I hope you're doing better anyway. Haven't seen you in a while, Kyle, so hope to see more of you in the future here. Yeah, I know. UK horns are weird, man. My pacemaker has one of them. Because, I was always curious because it said, if something goes wrong with it, it'll sound an alarm. And I'm thinking, can you demonstrate that, So they were checking it the first time they checked that. The guy says, because they can do anything right from their computer. They could speed up your heart, slow it down, stop it if they wanted to. And he says, can I hear the alarm? He says, oh yeah, sure. He hits, hits a thing on the computer. And, that's not an alarm. It's a fucking European police car. Well, it was loud. I mean, shit, if you were in a crowded room, they'd be able to figure out it was you, And I said, all right, well, at least I know what it sounds like now, because when they first put it in, I came home after, my hospital stay, and I was sitting at my desk, and I hear, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. And I'm thinking, oh, shit, that thing's fucking up already, because that would be my luck. And it turns out it wasn't, but, turns out it was somebody's alarm or something. But I really had no idea what it sounded like, but it's extremely loud, It really caught me off guard. I guess they want you to know if there's a problem, because if there is, you need to get to the hospital quick. Kind of strange, though. So, but hey, you learn something new every day. In fact, I'll probably have to have it changed out next year. They got me going twice a year to check it now, because I'm in my 6th year and it's only supposed to be good for 7 years. But the rule of thumb is when it gets down to 50%, they change it. So the last thing you want to check, it was like 68%. The good news is the new one that they'll put in there to replace it with will be good for 12 years instead of 7. And probably by that time, the next one will probably be good for the rest of your life, right? So they're getting smaller, they're getting better, so it's a pretty good deal. So, Kyle says, taking a break from YouTube, struggling a bit at home financially. Mental health is a bit of a roller coaster lately. I'm sorry to hear that, Kyle. Of course, we're all having financial issues. Me especially, man. I'm trying to put together enough money to pay my property taxes this year. My own fault for not doing it earlier, and I should be able to pull it off, but still a little bit of stress involved. It's like, damn it. Of course, it went up, so I've got to put more out than I did last year and the year before. Mental health, well, shit. We're all whack jobs anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it. But, the times are tough, man. The world's going to hell. And we're all paying for it, I think, realistically. But, I don't let it get to me. My wife complains a lot because she's having a problem dealing with getting older, and she's getting ready to have cataract surgery on her eyes. She's a little nervous about it. And I says, you know, you just can't, you can't worry about shit anymore. You just, whatever happens, happens. It's meant to be, you know. Well, don't you get scared when you go in for operations? I said, the first time I was terrified. When I had the heart attack, they said, you know, we're going to have to go in and operate. And I'm thinking, oh, fuck. You know, scared the shit out of me. I said, I just want to go home. Fuck it, you know. He says, well, you can do that, but you'll die. All right, well, that makes the choice a little bit easier. If I die on the table in the operation, well, I would have died anyway. If I did nothing, so let's go, you know. And I lost my fear right then and there. And I've had several operations since then. That wasn't even really an operation. They go up through your thigh, through your artery, and into your heart and do whatever they got to do, but I'll put in stents. So I've never been opened up that way. I had my gallbladder removed 5 or 6 years ago. All right, got to do it. And that was laparoscopic. They had 3 tiny holes in my gut. I don't know how the hell I got that thing out of them little holes, but they did. You know. I've had cataract surgery on both eyes, you know. I'm not that worried about it. I had ablation therapy for my heart. I had AFib, like James Galton did. I just wasn't afraid anymore, you know. It's like, well, it is what it is, you know. I figure I'll probably be fine. They've been doing this shit for a long time. So I tell my wife, I said, look, the worst thing that can happen with the eye surgery is you'll go blind in that eye. They only do one at a time in case that happens. But that's your worst case scenario. You won't die, you know. You won't get crippled or any of that shit. Worst case scenario is you'll go blind in that eye. But that's unlikely because, you know, they do these things all day, every day. And she's going to, you know, pretty big operation. They're good at what they do. Same when I had mine done, the same way. But she's still scared. She won't admit it, but she is, you know. So, it is what it is. The world is starting to look like World War II again. Yes, it is. And they may turn into World War III if we're not careful. Jim, when are you getting CSXHO trains? I have no idea, Thomas. Not buying anything right now, so down the road I might pick up some stuff. We're going to go to the train show in the Villages in February. They'll have vendors there, so I'm hoping they got some cheap, you know, probably older cars, box cars and such, and I'm going to look for stuff I don't have, and, you know, I'll probably pick up a few things. Kyle says, I know I'm crazy anyways, so nothing new there. I just mostly feel bad for my folks and brother. This house that we live in now is the newest house we've owned, so I'm trying everything to keep it. I hear you. Yeah, like I said, don't let nothing get to you, man. I know it's hard sometimes. Stay positive. If you believe in God, have faith in God, and you'll be fine. You know, works for me. And it is. It's scary. I mean, it's just getting to the point where it is so hard to survive nowadays. You know, and I don't blame people for, you know, wanting to throw in a towel or whatever, but I figure, you know what, I've been in worse situations throughout my life, and I've always come through them, and because I believed I will. And it seems to work, so, you know, we're good to go. Tom says, just removed 2 insulated joiners between 2 turnouts and added metal joiners. Now the dead rail I had has track power. Took a while to get the metal one in, but done now and working. Cool. I haven't had a need to put in insulators yet, anything I'm doing, so. Like I said, I'm going to have a field day with the feeders. Because those turnouts you gave me, are those DCC friendly? I don't know if they are or not. Doesn't matter. Because I figured you just put your feeders in front of, or in the rear of the points, for the diversion and the main track, and you'll be fine. It doesn't really matter whether they're DCC friendly or not. They're insul frogs, so I'm not worried about frogs shorting out or anything like that. Good job, Thomas. I ain't trying to figure out wiring issues. That's the worst part of this this hobby, you know. I mean, the rest is kind of simple. 3 weeks is Christmas, is it? Yeah, I guess it is, isn't it? Yeah, it should get crept up fast, didn't it? I don't think I'm gonna get anything this Christmas. My wife can't afford it, and it's okay, you know. I'm more worried about getting her eyes done than anything else. So, although I did print her up some stuff that I can't talk about here because it's a surprise. But I am making some stuff for her. Jim, those turnouts are from 1979, not DCC friendly. I didn't figure they were, but they'll still work. Like I said, they're insul frog. As long as the frogs are insulated, you won't have problems with them shorting out. So, because I did assume that. So I figured, all right, they'll work just fine. Like I said, I'll have to drop feeders on the output side of them, you know, where it goes into the divergent track and then to the main, because there's probably no connections to connect them together. And plus, remember, I'm running current keepers on all my stuff, or at least will be, so dead frogs aren't an issue. So they'll be just fine, man. I really appreciate you giving them to me too. John says it makes me feel less anxious. John says I'm sticking. Oh, because I'm sticking to 4 weeks. That works. Well, you know, we didn't even get a tree this year. Our tree last year was just falling apart, and half the lights didn't work on it because they were wired into it. And I just said, you know what? Let's just toss it. We'll get another one next year. Well, like I said, a lot of things came up. Deb needing to get her eyes fixed, and me with the property taxes. You know, this is the worst time of year financially for me anyway. And now for her, because she's got to come up with quite a bit of money of the co-pays, you know. Each eye is $650 she's got to pay up front. So, you know, I paid for some of her medications already, but I don't really have any money either. So, you know, unless I win a lottery or something, we're gonna have a tough time. But so getting a tree, not gonna happen this year. No big deal, you know. I'll get one next year. I mean, you know, we don't see Christmas like we did when we were kids, you know. I mean, for me, it's really just another day, you know. And Thomas says, "Oh, John, are you going to get Division Line Hudson?" John says, "I'm old school, Thomas." There you go. And he says, "You need the 1957-73 Hudson." Well, I don't know. I guess, you know, those locos ain't cheap. You know, O-scale is not cheap. I saw one advertised in Tradewell's new one, the steamer. It was a 4884, I think. It was like a big boy. DCC and smoke and sound. $2,091. I go, holy shit, man. That's like buying a fucking used car, you know. It's like you can't even get a used car that cheap anymore, but still. That's nuts, man, you know. Now, Tom Kvichak, Tom's Trains and things, he just bought some HO rail cars and some track. He got a really good deal on it at one of the train shows. I think he said he got 4 train cars for like $20, $5 each. O-scale. They look nice, too, you know. So I asked him, I said, what the hell are you going to do with that? He said, I'm going to have a static display in the living room. I said, well, that's cool. Yeah. My wife, she actually, I wish I'd have went up there with them. Well, I didn't have any money anyway, but they had crazy deals on O-scale stuff. My wife's, her train set's O-scale. She's got the Lionel O-scale, and I would have bought her some stuff, But, she doesn't want nothing modern either. I mean, she's not interested in DCC or anything. She just wants to see you go around the track, And matter of fact, we're talking about setting her up a small layout, maybe like a 4x4. Maybe I could try and talk her into a 4x6. Put an oval in, and maybe, or maybe even a figure 8, And she wants, put houses up and buildings and people in it. That'd be cool, And I'll help her out with all that stuff because I could print a lot of it. But, thank God she doesn't want anything else because it's just, said the price. I saw some really nice rail cars, rolling stock, and they were Lionel. $150 for one, for a box car. And I'm thinking, holy shit. O-scale, Looked nice. The artwork was beautiful on it. But that's a lot of damn money, I wouldn't even pay that for HO. I mean, even if it did something, John says those prices are ridiculous. Yeah, they are. I mean, how do they expect anybody to buy that shit? And how do they justify it? And Thomas says the Lionel Vision line Hudson is $2,500. That's ridiculous too. Tom says, Jim, I saw an ad for a Christmas tree where it's completely decorated lights and it's telescopic and you collapse it. You can put it under your bed behind the couch. That is cool. Like you said, we're not worried about it. Kyle said, no tree up at our house this year. No one at the house was a child. I agree 100%, That's why I said, I don't really care. My wife kind of wanted a tree because, I think she's nostalgic for that sort of thing. But I say it's for the kids, and all our kids are grown. So it's like, really? Do we need that? I mean, if I had the money, I'd buy her one, but I honestly can't afford. I mean, fake trees are expensive. Hell, real ones are expensive too, but they want like $200-300. And she wants a 10-footer because we have a vaulted ceiling in the living room. So you could put a 10-foot tree in there. I go, Deb, do you know what a 10-foot tree would cost? Probably about $700-800. It ain't happening. And neither one of us should be on ladders. I can't even do a ladder anymore, so it's like, how are you going to decorate the fucking thing? So, I offered to get her a little 3-footer. But she calls it Charlie Brown tree. I said, that we can do. And you probably get one from, someplace for like $20. But I don't really want one that small. It's all right. Fine. John says, that's the way to go, Thomas. Yeah, right. And Spike Man says, John K. was on Amazon. I found you a Lionel battery O-gauge Polar Express train set. It's very nice looking. Jim found it on Amazon, 6 foot for $139. That's a lot of money though, man. I don't want to spend that much money right now. Maybe next year, Ray says, go in the backyard, cut a branch, and make a Charlie Brown. There you go. John, I've seen those on Amazon too. I guess they're track compatible. Well, yeah, it'd still be O-scale, but that's a toy. Come on, We're adults. We don't play with toys. We play with realistic toys, Kids' toys, not so much. Well, that's true, Ray. Hey, Ray. Raymond, 127, how you doing? Glad you're here. An artificial tree may not feel the same, but at least there's no need to keep it watered. That's true. Plus, we have cats in the house. Deb's fostering 5 fucking cats. They're cool. I'm going to adopt one of them, but the calico. She's cute. I like calicos anyway. But she wants to keep the mom and the white cat and get rid of the 2 the orange cats. I said, why don't we just get rid of all? They're getting into everything. It's driving her nuts. I said, why do you have something that ultimately you can't stand, you know? Why do you want a cat? You're not a cat person. That's not true. I like all animals. I love dogs more, but, you know. 1 dog, 1 cat, I'm fine, you know. I don't need a cat, but she just kind of grew on me, you know. So. Let's see. John says, we can do an artificial tree and an evergreen scented candle. There you go. Hey, Derek Alexander. Hey, Derek, how's it going? I have pink pine scent smoke fluid, too. Yeah, I heard you say that somewhere. I didn't know they made that shit in different flavors. I got the smoke fluid I got, just your basic smoke fluid, you know. Oh, I would rather have pine scent, to be honest with you. That shit I got really not pleasant at all. It smells like diesel, really, I think. Spike Man says, the funny thing is, Jim, the O-scale battery Polar Express train set is high. And yeah, it might be, but it's still battery powered. You know, come on, really? Raymond says dogs are better than cats. Yes, absolutely. As a primary dog person, I have to agree. I mean, I love my dog. You know, he's my second best friend. But you know, but I like cats too. The thing with cats is, you can own a cat if you understand that you really don't own the cat. The cat owns you. You know, cats are not obedient. They don't come when you call them. When they smell food, they'll come, but that's the only time. Otherwise, it's like, fuck you. I'm busy. Go find somebody else to bother. You know. Dogs, on the other hand, you know, they're your friends. They try to be your friend. John says, JT. Yeah, I got the JT. Mega Steam makes all kinds of sense. Where's my smoke stuff anyway? I think I was looking for it. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh. Because my BLI steamer has worked. Yeah, this is the diesel power one. It's JT's Mega Steam, but it's made in the USA too. It's just diesel power. I got this at a trade show. It was the only flavor they had. I didn't know they had other types, but now I do. So when I finally run that out, I'll get the pine or something else. They got vanilla. I love vanilla. Kyle says, I like all animals. I've had dogs, cats, goats, chickens, and horses. I've never had a goat. I had dogs, cats, and I still have chickens. I never owned a horse, but I like horses too. I can't ride one anymore though because, you know, my infirmity, but I used to ride back in the day. Ray says, look up JT's Mega Steam. It comes in different... Yeah, I will, Ray. Thanks. Cats exploit people. Yes, that's true, Raymond. Well, cats are independent, you know. And you know why? You know who's responsible? The fucking Egyptians. Because they revered the cats almost as gods. Or goddesses, you know. They did. They spoiled the shit out of them. And apparently it stuck with them. Meanwhile, the dogs are like, yeah, you're a fucking dog. You do what I tell you, you know. If we'd have elevated dogs like that, I think we'd have a problem with dogs today. But thank God they didn't, you know. That's the stuff, Jim. Yeah, I figured that. That's some good stuff. I had some other stuff, some no-name brand, and I didn't like it. It didn't work that good. And it really stunk. So I saw that at the trade show. That was after I bought the BLI steamer. I said, I'm going to buy a bottle because it's got my initials on there, JT, Jim Tedesco. So I figured, hell, it can't be that bad if it's got my initials, right? Tom Gray says, I like cats, but not my home. They would get on top of my layout and call. Yeah, that's true. I could never allow a cat in here. Now, when we lived in Naples, we had a cat. And that fucking cat would get in my train room every now and then. And I had one corner that was sand. Supposed to be like a desert scene. That fucking cat used that sand as a litter box. I was not happy. And that's an issue. If you own a cat, you cannot let it near your train room. Because the cat will destroy your trains. And if they see sand, well, it's their toilet. John says, our cats avoid the layout but like to watch trains running under the Christmas tree. Yeah, I bet they do. John says, JT, yeah, it does. I get good smoke out of that stuff. So, but the last time I ran the steamer, though, the smoke wasn't working. And I think I got to change out the decoder in that. I'm going to put a Soundtracks decoder in that, too. They have one that will work with the smoke. Because I've had nothing but problems with that decoder and that BLI. Beautiful engine. I got a good deal on it. But I changed out the original decoder because I wanted to put a Keep Alive in it, and you couldn't do it on the Paragon 3. So I traded up with BLI for a Paragon 4 decoder. And it has the Keep Alive built right into it. Plus you can add a second one if you want even more time. So, and it worked great for a while, but like I said, now it does what the hell it wants. I've done a factory reset on it 3 or 4 times. Good for a while, and then it goes back. The headlight goes on and off when it feels like. The horn blows when it wants to, whether I hit the button or not. The only problem I'm having any problem with motion. Forward and back is fine. But some of the functions have been screwing up left and right on it, and now the smoke don't work. So, and it's the element's getting hot in there, so I don't know why it's not working. It did anyway, so I don't know. But I'm going to put another decoder in that at some point. Nice thing about that's an easy one to do because they put the decoder in the tender and not in the loco. All kinds of room to play with shit. Now, Pogo, he likes to watch the trains. Sometimes when I'm running, he'll just sit there on the floor and watch them go around. They're probably interested in them because it's something different. The cats, I'm sure, would be interested in them, but, like my cat, Callie, that's the calico. Callie likes to get up on my desk, not here, but in the house, and paw the mouse on the screen. They have a big screen on that one, too. I think it's a 37-inch. And she'll see the pointer, and she'll try and swipe at it. And I have a big clock above that on the wall, and she can't reach it, but she tries because she's curious, Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. So, let's see, this thing's stuck again? No, it's still working, okay. Ray says, I have pine and campfire smells like cedar. I have other ones too, but don't remember which one. I'm going to look into that, Ray. Yes, they do, John. There is a switch underneath where you could turn off the smoke, because I made sure it was still on. And I even tried it in the opposition, but the smoke just stopped working, so I don't know what happened. It's possible the smoke unit burned out, but it doesn't seem likely. But either way, I'll get it fixed at some point. So the BOIs, it's a nice looking thing, but it's like MTH. They have a, I can't think of the word now, but they have their own decoder. And it doesn't really interchange with anything. I can put, you set a decoder buddy in and Soundtrack's decoder with no problem. And they do make one that will work with the smoke. But the BOI, I had the word on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. The BOI is just not a good decoder. It's like MTH decoders suck too as far as I'm concerned. Mom and son train rail fans, Tammy and Ray. How y'all doing? Good to see you here and happy Thanksgiving. And yes, I did have a good Thanksgiving. And John says, I like JT's coal-fired cinders, Mark's smoke pellets, and Christmas pine scents. They do have vanilla, root beer, and a ton more. I would definitely get vanilla. Yeah, I got this candle. And this is my second one. I got this in the store. It was on sale, $5. But it's vanilla cashmere. Sometimes I'll light it while I'm in here to makes the place smell pleasant. And my wife doesn't really like vanilla, And I don't like a lot of scents because they interfere with my breathing. Anything that's perfumey, I can't be around. But I love vanilla. And I had one before that, and I burnt that down to nothing, but yeah. Oh, everybody's saying hi to Tammy and Ray. That's cool. How's Ray doing these days, Tammy? Still hanging out, messing with the trains? Yeah, you're lucky, Tom. Like I said, I don't know why I'm having problems with mine. It is a Paragon 4. But I had problems with the original decoder, too. It started messing up. That's why I wanted to put a keep alive on it because I had track conditions that it weren't conducive with. But I had other issues with it, too, and I figured BOI offered to swap them out. I give them $50 for my old decoder, and they give me the new one. So I jumped on it. If you're $50, that's not bad. And like I said, it's a built-in, current keeper, keep alive. And it worked great for a while, and then it kind of started fucking up again. So, Kyle says, I've had better luck with MTH PS3 than BOI model. Yeah, see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't have a lot good to say about BOI. If you got a good one, Tom, you got lucky. Because most people that have them, man, they hate them, They're beautiful models. And it's a good-looking model for sure, but the decoders are proprietary. That was the word I was looking at. They have the proprietary decoders in them, and they are problematic, So, let's see. Tammy says, yes, we just finished the O-scale layout. We're going to start the expansion next week. Cool. Are you guys still doing videos? I mean, I don't get notifications on anybody, really. But I haven't seen any of yours in a long time. So are you still doing them, or are you taking a break from videos, or what's going on? Because otherwise I'll look for your channel, I'll look for them that way. But I'm not seeing them on my feed at all. Well, I did that, Tom, 4 times already. It holds up for a while, and then it reverts back like within a few hours. So I get tired of doing it after a while, so you know what? Screw this. Tammy says, yes, okay. I'll look for your channel name then, and I'll just go direct to your channel and look at them that way, because they're not coming up on my feed, which is not unusual because very few things come up on my feed anymore. Even Tom's Tom Grassi. I never get anything on my feed from him. As I said, I usually got to go look. I'll check out his channel every now and then, see what he's done lately. Now, the only one I do see a lot of is Thomas Moore, Spike Man, because he does a lot of shorts, and his shorts always pop up on my feed. Go figure. Jim, you need to go. Yeah, I did that, and it doesn't work. Like I said, I know how that stuff works, and I've done everything, but yeah, John, you're right. It's funny how YouTube selects what channels they promote, you know. I don't know how many of you guys get notifications from me. And when I do a short, I know that gets put out there quick, but if I do regular video, I notice I don't get the views that I would get on a short. Something I don't always bring my phone out here, and it's just as easy to, you know, turn the camera on and do a regular video. You can't do a short with your cam. But I actually get more views on a short than I do on, say, even a 2 or 3 minute video. And I think it's because they promote the shorts more than they do a regular video. It's the only thing I can figure anyway. You might get all your... Well, that's good. You're probably the only one. And I know a lot of it, too, is you know... There's a few places I'm subscribed to that actually do get notifications from. Same setup with the bell and the sub, you know, the sub and all that stuff, but I watch them more often than not, so they stay in the feed. But if I don't watch somebody for a while, it's like they get bumped down and they don't get them in my feed anymore until I start watching them again. As I said, YouTube is pretty screwed up that way. It's just, you know, it's just the way it is. In that respect, you know, Tom Kvichak, Tom's Changing Things, he's right about Rumble. They do a better job of notification. You can choose how often you want to get notified, whether daily or instantly, once a day, once a week, once a month, not at all. You know, and I wish YouTube would look at Rumble and say, you know, maybe we need to do some of those things. Ultimately, we're all going to wind up getting off of YouTube anyway. I don't know when. Could be years. But there's going to come a point where YouTube just won't be viable anymore. You know. My only bitch about Rumble is, because I do my Wise Guy videos on Rumble. And if you're in my email fan base, you'll get notified because I directly send emails to everybody. I guess if you're following me, you'll get notified anyway, but the only problem I got with Rumble is you have to have a Rumble account to watch my videos, which kind of sucks. I don't know why they do that, you know. Hey, Russ, Rockano Railroad, how you doing? And Bernard, what's going on, man? Holy Drumsticks didn't figure how many already got over their heartburn. Everybody have a good heartburn day. I don't get heartburn from turkey. They said turkey's not my biggest, you know, I'm not a big fan of turkey, but I had a pretty good assortment today of turkey. But I don't get heartburn from it. Kyle says, oddly for me, I get notifications on people I barely watch and don't get notifications on ones I do watch regularly. Well, that's YouTube for you. I just said it's weird. Yeah, I ate quite a bit of turkey tonight, you know. But I get that tryptophan thing going then. Or, you know, we get tired after you eat turkey. And I think, man, if I shut my eyes, I won't make my show tonight. Because we ate back at 3 o'clock, and by 4 I was starting to get, oh man, I got to wake myself up. That's the bad thing about turkey. But other than that, no, I don't get heartburn. Bernard says, I'm going to run out and shut down the shop, be about 10 minutes. Well, we'll probably still be here. Has anyone had heart freeze? Well, I'm sure somebody did. So, yeah, everybody's got a bitch about something. I mean, whether it be BOI, MTH. You know, I'm not a Bachman fan. I don't like Bachman. I've had a few Bachman. I bought a Bachman steamer. DCC about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Got it on eBay, and it kept falling off the track. I mean, it would derail constantly, you know. And it was a short one. It wasn't like a big long one. I think it was a 1.3, no 1.6, or 2.6, 2.60 I think it was, or a 2.62. Not a really long steamer. And I had, 22-inch curves, and it said it would run on 18, so I was thinking, well, I shouldn't have any problem with it. But even on the straights, it would derail. I didn't know enough about it. I just said, you know what, fuck this. I put it back up for sale on eBay. Somebody else bought it. And it was their problem, I didn't lose any money on it, but... let's see, Tom said... Let me put you up there. Tom said, I ate at 1 p.m. today, had 2 full plates of turkey and all the trimmings, then had dessert, pumpkin pie and cherry pie. You ate a hell of a lot more than I did. But I'm diabetic and I'm trying to lose weight, so, I don't want to go crazy, but that sounds like you had a nice meal, though. Let's see. I just got back from my brother's house an hour ago. Great meal and company. That's good to hear, Russ. That's all that matters, A little fellowship with your relatives or friends and good food. And what more can you ask for other than a shitload of trains, right? And Derek wants to know how far you are from your brother's house, Russ. He's about an hour. Well, that's not far. 30 miles thereabouts. 60 miles. I don't know. That's how fast you drive. Drive like me, probably a half an hour. But see, the only relatives I have in Florida is my daughter who lives in Naples, and she has a big shindig, for these holidays. She's got, because her husband's Mexican. And she's got, well, let's see, I got 2 grandkids from her and 2 great grandkids from her daughter. So, and they have family gatherings, like 40 people there. I don't do well in crowds like that, so she's never invited me, but I would have turned her down anyway, And like I said, that's a 2-hour drive to get down there. So, but that's the only relative I have here, My other son, I don't know where he's at, somewhere around the world. He works for the government. My other daughter lives in Virginia. I damn sure ain't driving up there. So, my sister and brother live in Indiana, but once again, it's too far to drive. So, John says, that sounds delicious. Thomas, we ate at 3 and I'm still stuffed. That's when I ate, 3 o'clock. I had my fill, I could probably eat again. I'm not going to, but, like I said, I don't go crazy. But, And of course, my mother-in-law, she's kind of, well, let's just say nobody's getting along with her right now, and she lives right next door to me. Normally, we would have Thanksgiving together, but not this year. So, and that kind of sucks too, but that's beyond my control, so we just let it go. So really, it's just me and the wife, It's fine. Her daughter was down here from Michigan with her baby, and she only stayed for 2 days, and then she back up there. So, but I wish she could have stayed for Thanksgiving, But she was anxious to get back home, which I don't blame her. Well, thanks, John. I appreciate that. Although I don't foresee traveling anytime in the near future. I used to travel a lot, like I said. I made 11 trips up to Indiana one year. In one year. I was taking care of my younger sister financially because her and her husband were having problems. She threw them out. And she threw them out because he didn't pay anything. She was like 8 months behind in the rent, barely any food in the house. So I says, you know what? I'll come up and help you out. And I was still working down here, painting for myself, and I'd go up there with some money and take care of things. And my dad would call me up. He said, we got a paint job. When can you get down? I said, I'll be down there, tomorrow or the day after. Get in the car, drive back down, spend a week down there, paint the house, get my money, go back up. I did 11 fucking times, man. You know. But I was younger then, and it was different. And I drove by myself. I didn't have anybody to go with me because I was, it was after I got divorced. And I was between girlfriends. So, I enjoyed it. But today, I can't drive straight through anymore because that's what I used to do, Best time I ever made from Naples, Florida to Indiana, North Indiana, was I think 9.5 hours. I was flying, man. Average speed 130, 140. And I had fun. But, I can't do that shit anymore, man. I mean, last time I went up, right after I had my stroke, I went up to New York to stay with a friend for a while. And when I came back, well, she flew down and drove me up there in my car. And then when I decided it was time for me to come back to Florida, I drove myself down. I had me and my dog, different dog. He's passed now, but it took me 3 days to get down here, And it was like right after the stroke, so I wasn't in the best of shape. But still, I drove a stick shift. I had the Beamer. Shit, what the hell was it? I forgot what the fuck it is now, but the convertible that was given to me, and put the top down, got on the interstate, and I could drive about 6 hours, and that was it. I had to get a motel and go hang out for a while. Next day, do the same thing again. It took 3 days, but we had fun, But well, me and the dog anyway. But so that was the last real trip I made. Well, the long distance trip. And after I got with Debbie, we weren't married yet, but we were together. We went to go see my youngest son from a different mother, a different woman, I should say. But they were up in North Carolina, so I drove to North Carolina with me and Deb and 3 dogs for Christmas, and we had a good time, But it's a 12-hour drive, and I hadn't done it since. So I'm just not into, driving that far anymore. I would love, as I said, that's why I haven't gone to Timonium or any place. I'd love to go, and I don't fly. I will not get in the fucking airplane. In fact, I was told not to because of my stroke. The pressure could fuck me up real bad. They said, if you don't have to fly, don't do it. You'll probably be all right, but if you can avoid it, do so. I said, you ain't got to tell me twice, So, generally, I like to drive anywhere I go, but we were going to go up to, what was that one in Pennsylvania a few years ago? And then COVID came up and we had to cancel. I was ready to go. I had a car rented, rental reserved, money put aside, and we were going to go, for a meet and greet. And then it got canceled because of COVID. And after that, I just said, you know what, I'm not even doing this anymore. My sister's been up my ass to come visit her. We haven't seen each other in many years. Now, we're not getting any younger. She's 5 years younger than me. And I says, Noreen, I'd love to come up there, but, the reality is, I don't have the money. I'd have to rent a car. I'm not going to tear up my own car for it, And I just don't see it happening. So, I don't know. But if I ever do get up there, John, you bet your ass I'll come up and see you. You know. I'd probably stop up and see Tom Grassi, too, because not that much further, you know. Oh, that's good. Tom Grassi subbed to you, John Nippenberg. Cool. I'm subbed to every one of you as far as I know. But, let's see landmark here. You know, I probably shouldn't say nothing. Haven't had any problem with the overlay so far. Haven't reset it once. Probably have to now. It's working flawlessly tonight. I don't know why. Let's see. Thanks, Thomas. YouTube does that kind of stuff all the time and goes some channels. I know. I don't understand any of it either, but it does happen. I'm not real impressed with YouTube these days, but right now it's still the #1 to go to. You know, I have to do the Wise Guy videos on Rumble because if I tried to put them on YouTube, I'd be banned for life, like immediately. You know, a lot of this I talk political, I talk religious, I talk about a lot of conspiracy stuff. You know, there's no censors on Rumble. Here, you've got to be so careful everything you say. Tom said, Jim, be careful what you wish for. Regarding what? Hey, you never know. Like I said, I mean, it's not that I really can't travel. It's just, I don't have the money for mostly. You know, back in the day when I traveled a lot, gas was like $1.40 a gallon, you know. It was cheap. I could go to Indiana for $60 in fuel, you know. Now it'd be like $400. I don't know, but it'd still be a lot. So, I don't know. The chat just is connected for some reason. Now it's connected again. Although the internet seems to be working fine. I'm in the green. I don't know what the hell's going on. Probably shouldn't have said anything, right? But I don't know. Like I said, I'd love to go do something. My wife's always saying, we don't go anywhere. I say, I know. Because I mean, you really can't afford it. You know, I mean, I don't make a lot of money, you know. I just got a notification from Social Security today, by the way, on the COLA raise, you know, the cost of living increase. I'm going to get $45, $44 actually. So I'll go from $15.73 to $16.17. Weird number, right? Now, if they do that, they want to do a $200 increase for 6 months across the board for everybody on Social Security, disability or otherwise. If they do that starting in January, that'll actually give me a leg up with some money. Not a lot, but it'll help, you know. It all depends. We don't really know what's going to go on. Russ says, I have not done a long haul road trip for years. I don't like driving at night anymore, and my limit is about 10 hours of driving, and I go stir crazy. Oh, you got me beat. I figure I'm good for about 8 hours, you know, realistically. And mostly because it's just uncomfortable, you know. And maybe I do just go stir crazy. I don't know. Like I said, never bothered me before. You know, I used to run straight through everywhere. I mean, believe it or not, no lie, I actually stayed awake for 3 days driving once. It's a long story. I won't get into it, but I was awake for 3 days. When I finally got to my sister's house, it was the first time I went up to see her. Ever, really, since they left. And I got lost in Ohio. I was up in Toledo. And how I got there, I was getting a little delirious. It's in the middle of fucking winter, you know. I used my dad's car because I didn't trust mine to make the trip. And I had problems with his car too because we were going up to 75. We were in Tennessee. I had the heat on, and on those cars, the air compressor for there would run the same time the heat did. Well, something happened. Thank God they didn't have serpentine belts back then, or I'd have been dead in the water. But the pulley literally sheared off the air compressor. Went through the hood, you know. So I had a big slice in my hood, on my dad's hood. No air conditioning now. Still had heat, thank God, but no air conditioning. It was a fucking mess, man. It scared the shit out of me, you know. Going down the road. So while we were going a little slower north because there was so much snow on the road, it was cold. 60 miles an hour on the interstate, and all of a sudden, boom! And I see this thing fly up there, the other thing, oh, fuck, man, what the hell was that, you know? So I found a safe place to pull over and, you know, opened up the hood, and, well, no more air conditioning. Had to replace the hood, you know. I never did fix the air conditioner, but, well, yeah, I did, actually. Yeah, I did put a new compressor in there when I got back to Naples. But I was up and I bought another hood for it and had it painted, you know, because I'm sure my dad'd be pissed off at me, you know. I fucking put a hole in his hood. But, you know. So. Alright, you taking off, Kyle? Alright, man. Be careful, and thanks for popping in, and enjoy your Thanksgiving and have a safe and fun weekend. John says, my wife and I switch off driving every 2 to 3 hours. See, I could do that with my wife. Once she gets her eyes fixed. Right now, she can't drive. She's literally blind in one eye and can't see out the other. I'm not joking. I mean, her cataract, she let him go way too long. Matter of fact, even the doctor yelled at her. She says, you know, your right eye's got a mature cataract. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is a mature cataract? Well, it turns out that a mature cataract is one you wait too long. And if you live too long, you literally will go blind. So that's why, you know, in a couple of weeks, I think on the 26th of December, or 16th, I'm going to get her to the doctor and get that eye fixed. And then she's going to wait till January to fix the second one. But, so right now she couldn't share driving with me. So, I mean, I'd be the sole driver, and I feel more comfortable as a sole driver. She's a good driver, don't get me wrong, but I'm not a very trusting passenger, you know. But it would probably help, though, if we did do that. And let's see here. Tom says, I just changed my YouTube handle to Tom Grassi Jr. Removed 8817. Let's see what happens now. Alright, well, it showed up there alright, so that's good. On my show next week, I will show you. Alright, cool. Well, mine's okay, but that's the way I set it up, though, when they did that whole choose a handle bullshit. So, I'm not worried about it, but I know some of you guys, you don't have the same handle as what you're using normally. I said, somebody said that you could change it in YouTube Studio, but I went through Studio and I couldn't figure out how to change anything. You know, I was looking for something there where you could, you know, change the chat handles, but it didn't show anything, so I don't know if that's bullshit or not. What's that? Jim's looking in the rear view. Did that guy just hit get up? If he did, I ain't stopping. You know, I've never hit anybody, you know, knock wood, but tempted a few times. I did hit a kid on a bike, though, once. Did it in front of a cop. It was in Bonita Springs, and I'm at the light, and there's a Circle K to the right, you know, and this kid comes running out on a bicycle. He's got a 12-pack of beer with him. Well, the light just turned green. He obviously didn't care. He wanted to get out of there for some reason. So immediately, because I was already starting to move, and I slammed on the brake. Fuck this. Jumped on the gas and clocked him. Didn't hurt him, but it destroyed the bike. So I stopped because I knew the cop was behind me. And he gets out of the car. Sir, are you okay? Is there any damage to your car? Hey, look, now the car's fine. Are you sure? Yeah, the car's fine, really. So anyway, about that time, a woman comes running out of Circle K. That kid just stole a 12-pack of beer. Well, the kid heard that. He got up and started running, right? The cops chased him. They caught him. Drug him back over here, arrested him. And I didn't get in any trouble at all. Matter of fact, I actually did a good thing. If I hadn't hit the kid when I did, he probably would have got away. So, but like I said, it got to the point where I had 3 or 4 people pull in front of my car on bicycles. And I have a kind of an attitude problem. I mean, I'll let something happen once or twice, and after that, it's like, no, this is going to stop. And I didn't care. My wife, Deb's in the car, she says, there's a cop. I said, I know the cop was there. I don't give a fuck. I says, the dumbass drove right in front of my car. I was already moving. It was almost idle. And I said, I went to stop, and then I said, oh, fuck it, I'm just going to hit him. And I did, Anyway, that's the way that goes. But, all right, YouTube assigned those numbers. Now, I guess they did. I don't know. I know that what they wanted to give me if I didn't. Because, you had an opportunity to put what you wanted. And some guys just let them change it on their own. Well, I didn't. I said, no, I want to stay with this. And they respected that. So there's no numbers behind my name that I'm aware of. Because initially there were. And I'm going, well, what the fuck is that? So, Bernard's back. All right. Jim, I will show you that on my show next week. Okay, that's cool. Russ says, I wish YouTube would go. I don't know why they're doing this. That's why I said YouTube does shit unilaterally. They just, we don't care. We're going to do it. You don't like it? Fuck you. They really don't care about their creators. And in that respect, Tom Kovichak from Tom's Training Thing, he's right. And I don't blame him for leaving YouTube. But the problem is that Rumble is still not mainstream enough yet. He says he makes more money being monetized on Rumble than he does on YouTube. That I can believe. Because YouTube's been screwing over everybody anyway. And I'm not in it for the money. I mean, I don't care. I'm almost ready to monetize. I've got the 500 subscribers, like 505 last I looked. But I'm still short about 200 watch hours. So once I get the watch hours, I'll get monetized. I ain't gonna make shit, And I don't care. I'm monetized on Rumble, and I ain't making shit there either. I think I made 6 cents in the last year. And I have enough followers, But I don't care because I'm not doing it for the money. Not that I would mind, but, it's just not a priority. Let's see. Bernard says, Tom Grassi, my name has a weight on the end. Yeah, I'm wintering up. That is weird. Russ Rocket-O Railroad, yes, Jim, I made my username how I wanted. I did the same thing, because they gave us the opportunity, but it was, you had a time limit that you had to get it done, so, I ditched the 4 numbers and added landmark yards at some point last year. There you go. And it looks good, I like that. The numbers are stupid. I mean, unless they have a specific meaning. But just to unilaterally throw a number there, it's like, why? That could well be, Ray. I don't know. I mean, are they really? If they're competing with TikTok, that's a waste of fucking time. I mean, I don't deal with TikTok. I think TikTok is stupid. They're the ones that came up with the ding dong ditch or whatever the hell it's called. They're the same ones that came up with eating the Tide Pods. It is stupid shit they come up with, and these moron Gen Zers, they go for it, I don't get it. John says, I think YouTube just throws out some chump change. Yeah, basically they do. Now, I mean, they used to be good, and there's some people made good money with them, but, and of course, they'll demonetize you in a heartbeat. You know, if you say the wrong thing on your video, well, you're demonetized on this one, so you lose that much revenue. And it's bullshit. It's like, you know, play by our rules or we'll hold your allowance. Bunch of fucking children is what they are. But Bernard says, yeah, I'm on Rumble. It's a learning curve for me. Just wish it was more like YouTube format. Something. Well, that's true. Like I said, I do my wise guy on Rumble because I have to. But, you know, it in a lot of ways, Rumble is a much better setup, but it's still not mainstream enough yet. It will be at some point, especially if enough people keep jumping off of YouTube. Eventually, Rumble's going to be the king, and I can't wait for the day. But, you know, TikTok ruined society. Yeah, well, they did. There you go. Tom says, I got banned from TikTok. I just went on there to look and never posted anything. And they banned you? I guess you weren't young and stupid enough, huh? Seems like that's prerequisite for TikTok. Got to be young and dumb and, you know, whatever. But I've seen a couple of TikTok videos, but as a rule, I don't go on there, you know. I just think it's stupid. Bernard says, that's what I like about Rumble. Say what you want to. Say more. Oh, that's true. There's no censorship on there. Like I said, then I don't say anything terrible, but I do speak my mind, and, you know, I don't use the N-word, but that's about the only thing I don't use. Yeah, I cuss a lot, but I do that here too, but I'm surprised they don't block me. I know there's some videos I watch on YouTube, they block the creator from cussing, you know. They like bleep out the cuss word. That's, to me, that's fucked up. I don't care, you know. You have free speech or you don't. Well, true. Rumble is a little clunky still. They're working it out, though. And eventually they'll get it. They'll get it to a point where it's better than YouTube, I think. But just not yet. Derek says, Tom, that's crazy. Just looking got you banned. Hate to know what you were looking at. Hard telling. TikTok equals spy. Yeah, it is a Chinese spy channel. And I'm not real a fan of Chinese shit anyway. But, you know. Never really, he said, never really looked at anything. There was nothing of interest. One day I was logged out, tried logging back in, and was told I was banned. That is fucked up. But, you know, maybe they figured you wouldn't be a spy for them. Who the hell knows, you know? Like I said, I'm not interested. Like I said, any social media that says, hey, you kids need to eat Tide Pods is a challenge, you know right off the bat, that's something you need to run away from. That's a good question, John. I have no idea. Somehow or another they're getting something. I guess probably they got spyware that invades your channel somehow, or maybe even your email. You know, the Chinese, they probably figure we're all, you know, super spies for the governors. I don't know. Who the hell knows what the hell's going on? Hey, they're Chinese. What else you gotta say, right? And that's assuming that's even true. We don't know, you know. Just because our government says the Chinese are spying on us doesn't necessarily mean they're not lying to us, you know. And you tell me we don't spy on the Chinese? Bullshit. I'm pretty sure everybody's spying on everybody. Or maybe nobody's spying on anybody. Who knows? Who cares, you know? They say China, I understand that to be true, that China has a propensity to do knockoffs, you know. And it don't matter whether it's an expensive purse, a Rolex watch, or a fucking car, they've got a knockoff for it, you know. John says they probably think these Americans are really fucked up. Probably. And they're not too far off from the truth anyway. I mean, think about it, right? Rumble is better than YouTube. You just have to go there and try it. Much easier to download. That's true, it is, and live stream. Can live stream to multiple locations and have 9 guests for free. That's pretty good. That's using their software though, right, Tom? Because I still can't really do guests on OBS. It just doesn't allow me to. Usually if I'm going to have guests, I'll use StreamYard and, you know, problem solved. I don't know why the chat keeps dropping off. It's weird. I keep getting a chat disabled. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. And then unable to connect the chat. Please try again later. It'll come back up in a minute. Now my signal is good. No drop frames. I'm in the green. CPU's running at 73%. 60 frames per second. And everything's running good, so I don't understand the problem. But yet, I know there. You know, the worst part is there's more solar flares are supposed to happen. They say 2 X-class flares are coming. I don't know when they're going to hit, probably in a few days. They say be prepared for big blackouts. I mean, cell phones won't work, electricity will go off. Me personally, I don't believe any of that shit, but, you know, I think they're doing it on purpose, maybe as a test to see how we react, you know. Because what I don't understand is this. The sun is like this big. The earth is like this big compared to the sun. It's 93 million miles away, supposedly. So, you figure an X-class flare is going to be huge. It's going to cover the whole planet when it goes over, right? But yet, the only ones that are really going to be affected is the U.S. Explain this to me. Europe won't be affected. Canada won't be affected. South America won't be affected. Just the U.S. Bullshit. Sorry, but, you know, I got more of a brain than they think I got, apparently. And we still don't have chat yet. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Let me see if I can kick it on. Yeah, whatever. Oh, it went through, I guess. Yeah, it did. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's kind of weird. Oh, actually, it did go through. Went through on my screens, but not on the monitor. But it's not showing it as being off there either. I don't know. Anyway. So, I think we're going to wrap it up anyway. Yeah, I'm still not getting nothing. That's weird. I don't know what happened. Anyway, guys, I'm going to call it a night. It's almost 10 o'clock. 10 till. So anyway, I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. And you'll probably eat leftovers for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe. Anyway, have a good weekend. Be safe. Remember to have fun with your trains. And we'll see you next week. So I'm going to put the outro on now and wish you all a good night.